Well, good morning, everybody. We're ready to start. My name is James Pasternak, and I'm the chair of North York Community Council. I'll be chairing today's meeting. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'll call meeting 33 to order. Welcome, everybody. Today's meeting is being held. Members of council and city staff participating both by video conference and in person at North York Civic Center in the council chamber. North York Civic Center is once again open to the public, and anyone is welcome to attend the meeting in the council chamber today. Public may continue to participate electronically by video conference. The meeting is also being live streamed online at YouTube/Toronto City Council Live. Clerk staff have connected remote public speakers to the meeting by video conference, and there are public speakers in the room with us today. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting North York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. Members, City Clerk has provided all agenda items on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting porthole. Clerk's IT staff will be available to members in the chamber and remotely if you need help with your devices. As part of each agenda item, I'll ask members to raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it is their turn. You have to turn on your video and raise your hand to indicate your vote. Members, this is a paperless meeting, although I have a lot of paper in front of me. And I want to remind you that you must still submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at nycc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Although we're in different locations today, the committee would like to acknowledge the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. It is now home to many diverse nations, Inuit, Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item, number, and the nature of the interest. I do not see any. Okay. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our last meeting on May the 24th, 2022?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Councillor Carroll. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. I understand from the clerk we have new business items. And I guess we'll take them one by one. There's 10 of them. And this is just to add them to the agenda. We're not voting on the motions themselves. Item 55, application to remove 2 city-owned trees, 18 Rayborn Avenue. All those in favor of adding it to the agenda? Opposed? That carries. Basketball net fronting 49 Arlston Drive, a right-of-way encroachment permission, item 56. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 57, changes to the Willowdale Business Improvement Area Board of Management. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Parking amendments, Kings Lake Road and Waddington Crescent. That's item 58. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Parking amendments, Lescon Public School. That's item 59. All those in favor of adding it to the agenda? Opposed? That is carried. And proposed parking changes on Stormont Avenue between Bathurst and Glen Rush. Item 60. All those in favor? Councillor Cole, this is yours. All those in favor?
Glen Rush?
Yeah, all those in favor?
Yeah.
We're just adding it to the agenda.
Yes.
Opposed?
Cole, yes.
Carried. Item 61, request for a status report on Leaside Neighborhood Transportation Plan. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And request for a vulnerable road user safety review of the easterly intersection of Thorncliffe Park Drive and Overley Boulevard. Item 62. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And item 63, temporary closure of cul-de-sac Blue Ridge Road. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. What we'll do is we'll go through the agenda for non-timed items. We're starting at 3310, 1 to 87, Bredna Hill Court. Yes, Councillor Cole? What would you like to do to this item? Just as a preface for the public and for councillors, this is probably the biggest North York Community Council agenda I've seen in 12 years. There's a lot here, and there's a lot of deputants. So I urge everybody to if they're going to speak, make concise remarks. Members of the public to keep your comments brief, and if there's two members of the family deputing, consider just having one member of the family speak for both, and we'll try and move the meeting as efficiently as we can. So, Councillor Cole, 1 to 8.
Staff recommend for 3310.
Okay, staff recommendations moved on 3310, 1 to 87 Bredna Court. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 11, a series of addresses on Bayview Avenue, part lot control exemption application. Councillor Fillion.
I'll move staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 12, 110 and 112 Shepherd Avenue West. Councillor Fillion.
I'll move staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 13, 2450 Victoria Park Avenue, Class 4 noise area.
I'll move the staff recommendations, Mr. Chair.
Staff recommendations moved by Councillor Carroll. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 14. We'll hold item 14 for speakers.
14, 15, and 16, actually.
We'll hold item 15 for speakers and 16 for speakers. We're now at item 17. 10 Reddington Drive, zoning bylaw amendment. Councillor Carroll.
I'll move the staff recommendation to oppose.
Okay. Staff recommendations are moved by Councillor Carroll. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 18, 1181 Shepherd Avenue East, request for direction.
I'll move the staff recommendation to, they're requesting direction to oppose. We're not trying to be persnickety, but enough's enough.
Yes, enough's enough. Okay, all those in favor, staff recommendations moved on item 18. Opposed? That is carried. Item 19. We'll hold item 19 down, just unless the motion's ready. Yeah, okay, so I'll move the motion. I'll move the item. It's just a community consultation on this application, but we're going to leave it till next year. We are fully booked for the balance of the term. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 20, 48 Grenoble Drive, zoning bylaw amendment application. Deputy Mayor Minna Wong.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find my mic. I'll move the staff recommendations.
Okay, it's just a community consultation. Staff recommendations moved on item 20 to 48 Grenoble. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 21, 230 and 240, the Donway West, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application. Deputy Mayor Mena Wong.
Sorry, which one is that? Can you,
It's 230
That
and
is-
240, the Donway West.
I'd like to hold that down, please. I have a question, staff.
Okay, the item's been held. Thousand and one Shepherd Avenue East.
Yes, I'll move staff recommendations to hold the consultation. I don't need to move a motion right now. We're going to work out the addresses later.
Okay, Councillor Carroll is moving staff recommendations on item 22, 1001 Shepherd Avenue East for a community consultation. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 23, 1800 Shepherd Avenue East.
Yes, for this one, I do have an additional motion. I think the clerks have it, though. They do, okay. This is for people for councillors who won't recognize the address, this is Fairview Mall. So there's an amendment to the request for consultation. Direct that the Director of Community Planning North York District engage the applicant and area councillor on a more robust public engagement strategy for the proposed master plan concept and report back in the first quarter of 2023 for implementation. So we'll work out what that consultation looks like, but this is not just 3 tall buildings, as the application indicates. It actually should be master planned, because it's such a huge footprint.
So there is a motion with this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just read it.
Okay, is it going on the screen or? Oh, it did already?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, motion's on the screen. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. The item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 24.
I'll hold
Six-
this for possible motion.
Councillor Fillion, you're holding 24?
Yes, please.
Item number 25, Glencairn Subway Station Planning Study Approach. I think that would be Councillor Cole.
I'd like to hold that, please.
Item number 26, naming of a proposed private lane at 36 to 40 Churchill Avenue. That would be Councillor Fillion.
I'll move staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations moved. Flaxfield Lane is the new name of the laneway. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 27, appointment of public members to the Leaside Memorial Community Gardens Arena Board. Councillor Robinson?
Yes, I would like to move staff recommendations, please.
Staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 28, parking amendments on Amir Avenue. Councillor Cole?
I'll move staff recommendations.
Okay, staff recommendations move on item 28, parking amendments on Amir Avenue. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 29, parking amendments on
I'll
Helen.
move staff.
Oh, okay.
It should be called Hellendale with
Helen-
a double L, but Hellendale. Councillor Robinson knows it well. It's hell on earth there at Young and Eglinton. But anyways, I'll move staff recommendation on Hellendale.
I guess the spelling's close enough. Okay, great. So staff recommendations move, and I'm sure the clerk will fix that when it goes up to council, I'm sure. Okay, All those in favor?
I don't know, I was there just recently. Getting my nails done. I don't recall it being hell on earth, but I'll vote with the counselor.
All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 30, parking amendments, Hillside Avenue East. Counselor Robinson.
I'm gonna move staff recommendations, adopt that item, please. But that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, staff recommendations moved on item 30, parking amendments, Hillsdale Avenue East. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 31, parking amendments, Cassandra Boulevard. Cassandra Boulevard.
That's me. I'll move the staff recommendation.
Okay, staff recommendations moved on item 31, parking amendments. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 32, there is a speaker's.
Deputy.
We'll hold that down. Item 33, Diamond Lane change of use update, Wilson Avenue. Are we holding down 32? 32 is held for speakers, yeah.
Any white throat lemonade, just for the record.
Did someone say something? Oh, did a member say something about 32? No, we're good? Okay. 33, Diamond Lane change of use update. I'll move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 34, accessible parking space, Roselawn Avenue. Counselor Cole?
I'll move staff recommend.
Okay, staff recommendations moved. On item 34, accessible parking space, Roselawn Avenue. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 35, pedestrian refuge island. Ronald Avenue.
I'd like to. I'll hold that, please.
You're going to hold that? Okay.
Yeah.
Item 36, traffic calming, Renee Avenue. Counselor Cole.
I'd like to hold that.
Just a word of caution, Counselor Cole, the more we hold, the later it will go. Well past some of our
Well, it's a-
bedtimes. I don't know. Just a word of caution. I'm not telling you, Counselor Cole, I'm not telling you what to do. Just a word of caution. You hold all these, you do questions
Go
from
to
staff.
2 days if we have. There's a lot of items here, you know, I've got 80 development applicants in my ward alone, so let's go. And have to go 3 days, 4 days, let's go.
I don't know.
Let's keep going. I'll count up the cold holes.
Okay, item 37, traffic calming, Castlefield Avenue. Counselor Cole?
Okay, this one, staff are okay with the speed bumps. And I'll move staff recommendations.
They're okay with polling. The recommendation is to poll
Yeah.
for speed humps.
Yeah.
Okay, just clarifying.
It's
Yeah.
taking,
We should speed humps all over Yonge and Eglinton there. Every street should be speed humped.
spikes are probably what you need down there.
Mike, we can crown you the new hump king of North York Community Council.
Well,
Joanne Flint used to have
They're,
that. She used to be the hump queen of North York. Howard Moscow put that crown on her head years ago.
humps or bumps or whatever, we got something about the 93,000 more people coming to Yonge and Eglinton. It's bad enough now. You can imagine when another 93,000 comes speeding through the streets.
The more
Anyways.
people there are, the more
Oh.
congestion, the slower the roads.
Okay. First of all, I don't think they're going to speed through the streets. There won't be anywhere to drive to.
More polling with 30.
Okay, so 37 has been moved? Yeah. Okay, polling. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 38, Counselor.
More speed humps, approve recommendations for more humps.
Okay, so it is polling. All those in favor?
Can I just, sorry, can I just ask about EMS? Are they consulted through this? Because we know that it does slow down response time. Are they consulted through this or not yet? Not this early in the process?
I just went through this. They're not consulted until after the results of the poll come back.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Carroll and Counselor Robinson. Back to 38, traffic calming, Paul David Street. Counselor Cole, you're going to move staff recommendations? Okay. All right. Item 40.
You missed 39.
Yes, no, thank you. Thank you. Item 39, traffic control signals, Caledonia and York Beltline Trail. Counselor Cole?
Like to move staff recommendation.
Staff recommendations moved for a installation of traffic control signals. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries.
38, we don't know if you got that one. If you've ever done that one.
I moved it, but I didn't.
Oh, that was the, I don't think there was a vote. Oh, there wasn't a vote, sorry. Just trying to.
Okay, so we're gonna, yeah,
That's
we
more than polling.
we got sidetracked when we were right in the middle of item 38, traffic calming on Paul David Street. A formal vote wasn't taken. So back to 38, Paul David Street. It's polling for speed humps. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
There you go. Now you can jump to 40.
Thank you. Item 40, commercial loading zone removal, 3363 Young.
I'd like to move staff recommendations.
Councillor Robinson moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 41.
I
Compulsory.
have a motion, or go ahead.
Okay. 41, compulsory stop control Broadway Avenue and Rowley Avenue.
I have a motion on that, if the clerk could put it on the screen. I just like to quickly say that there was little to no consultation around this. We barely knew about it. We just kind of found out about this when the agenda came out, which was kind of surprising because it was a request made by somebody who doesn't live in the area. And so the residents are completely oblivious to the staff doing this. So I'm asking for focused consultation on this item. I mean, I'm moving ahead with it because it seems like it's a safety issue, but I do think we should at least let the residents know what we're thinking about doing and talking about doing. So that's my motion. It's a consultation motion.
Oh, great. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Okay, the motion is on the screen. It was. It's really just advocating for more consultation. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. The item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 42. Term prohibitions, Cheston Road and Belsize Drive. Councillor Robinson?
Yeah, I'd like to adopt that item. Staff recommendations, please.
Okay, staff recommendations moved by Councillor Robinson. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 43, Always Stop Control, Godstone Road and Kempsell Crescent. Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, I'll adopt the staff recommendation.
Okay, staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 44 is Thomas Clark Way Extension Progress Update.
Yes, this is just the update coming back, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to just move receipt of it, but I have one question. I don't know if the staff are able to answer a quick question. Because then we can just move it and it'll be one of the ones going through on the consent agenda. Simply, it's come back with the deadline and the design will be completed in 2023, but it doesn't say anything in the update about, and a consultation of the finalized design will take place. Can I assume that is going to happen?
Someone here from Transportation?
Yes, through the chair, this is Jennifer Chitelli here. We can work with your office, Councillor, on some consultation around this project.
Perfect. I won't add a motion then. We'll have time to talk about that before the end of this report. Thank you. Okay, so I'll move the staff recommendation to receive. Yeah.
Okay, receipt is moved on item 44, Thomas Clark Way Extension Progress Update. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 45, pay and display parking, various locations, delegated. It's actually Councillor Fillion's award.
I'll move staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 46.
Please hold that for a motion.
Does the clerk have the motion?
No, that's why I need to hold it.
Alrighty. Okay, 46 is being held. 47, we have a speaker. 48, we have a speaker. And 49. Oh, it's a timed item.
49, is there a speaker on that one?
No.
I don't think there is.
There's no speaker, but it's a timed item for 11:30.
Oh, okay.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, we're back to the time stuff.
If it's the will of committee, we could do the walk-on items to dispose of those, since none of them are timed.
There are a couple I might want to read, but some of them.
I'm in agreement with that.
There's two items that are held for speakers, 55 and 56, both are from my area. But if it's the will of committee, we could run through quickly on the others. We would start with item 57, changes to the Willowdale Business Improvement Area Board of Management. Any questions for staff?
I'm good with that one.
Councillor Fillion?
I'll move the recommendations, or my
Oh.
recommendations.
Okay, the recommendations are moved. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Parking amendments. This is 58, Kings Lake Road and Waddington Crescent.
Yes, I don't know if people had a chance to look at this. This has had the staff visit and the community involved and everything. It just, the recommendations couldn't be in time for print deadline. So I'm hoping that staff will, or that councillors will agree to move adoption, because these are essentially developed by staff.
Okay, so Councillor Carroll wants to move the staff recommendations. Okay. Councillor Carroll is moving those. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Parking amendments, Lescon Public School. Item 59.
Yes, very similar. I should say at this point, I'm very grateful to transportation staff to Jennifer and Farhad, who did the winter evaluation of this. This one has been going on since the snowstorm in March. But again, we didn't have time to schedule the actual physical audit of it until well after the print deadline, but staff are okay with these particular parking adjustments for school traffic.
Okay, Councillor Carroll is moving the items regarding Lescon Public School. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 60, proposed parking changes on Stormont Avenue between Bathurst and Glenrush Boulevard. Councillor Cole, any questions for staff?
I'll move,
You're moving, okay, you're moving the recommendation to rescind the existing parking prohibition, in fact. Okay.
yes.
All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 61, Councillor Robinson, request for a status report on the Leaside Neighborhood Transportation Plan.
Yes, it's just a status update. It's not the original request. It's just taking forever and ever and ever. So I just have a motion, please, to move to get an update on what's going on.
Okay. All righty. Councillor Robinson is moving the recommendation here, motion. All those in favor? Sure. Opposed? That is carried. Request for vulnerable road user safety review of the easterly section of Thorncliffe Park Drive and Overley Boulevard. Councillor Robinson.
Yes, there was, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There was a very tragic accident just recently in this area, and I would like that reviewed immediately.
Fully understood. A tragic situation at this corner. All those in favor of the recommendations? Opposed? That is carried. Temporary closure of cul-de-sac on Blue Ridge Road.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, this is coming as a temporary. You may recall residents came to speak on this again over a year ago. Actually, I think it goes all the way back to the before times when we weren't wearing masks in this room. But the resistance is public service needs a turnaround. So we've come up with a map, but we're making it temporary because garbage services are going to work with this configuration over the election hiatus, and we'll report back to make it permanent, provided all goes smoothly. This is just to make a very blind cul-de-sac that is sort of a nocturnal playground a little more safe.
Understood. Understood. Blue Ridge Road. It sounds like a John Denver song. Yes. Okay, the recommendations are before us. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
There was a John Denver's.
Mute that guy's mic.
Yeah, no, Councillor Carroll is asking for the mute feature on
Yes, whenever Councillor Cole goes off script, we're going to mute.
one of our colleagues. All right, I think we can go to the top of the agenda. And we have item 33-1, 1184 Wilson Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment application. It is the final report, and we have a series of deputants from the local community who we're anxious to hear from. And we also have the applicant who is with us in person here. So Adam Grossi, usually the applicant goes first. Adam Grossi. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's okay with that one. Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of committee. My name is Adam Grossi. I'm the Director of Planning and Development for First Avenue Properties. We're the owner and developer of this subject lands, 1184 Wilson Avenue. It's not my intent to make a formal presentation to committee, rather just to highlight some of the key changes we've made to the project to address concerns raised by both staff and the public. Just to run through things as efficiently as possible. We've been at this for a little over 3 years, I want to say. The project has had some very substantive changes since our first submission. Some of the things I'd like to quickly highlight. Gross floor area of the building has been reduced by almost 21.4% from first submission to now, a reduction of over 50,000 square feet. The floor space index has been reduced from 5.39 to 4.24. The unit count has been reduced from 287 to 262 units. The angular plane taken from the rear property line where we abut the existing community has been complied with as it's outlined in the mid-rise guidelines for lands on avenues. We've ensured that there are no encroachments of any kind into that angular plane, including balconies, balcony railings, and the like. The building setbacks have been increased to actually be over what the mid-rise guidelines require in some instances, particularly along the sides of the buildings. The side yard setbacks have been increased from 5.5 meters sort of on either side to upwards of 7.5 meters in certain sections. That change has been made to reduce the...
Yeah, Raji, what I'm asking for is the height of the
Councillor Cole.
existing building.
Councillor Cole, could you mute your mic, please? Yeah, we can hear your phone call. Thank you.
The side yard setbacks have been increased to reduce the width and massing of the building overall. Again, sort of creating more opportunity for the passage of light. Again, less sort of an imposing structure. Rear yard setback has been increased from 8.5 meters at first submission to 9.1 meters, just to create, again, further separation of the building from the existing dwellings to the north, provide more opportunity for amenity space for the units, and most importantly, more opportunity for the establishment of a barrier, both through fencing and through vegetation, to act as a buffer for both noise and light. Balconies and windows, this was a big point of discussion with staff and the community. All of the balconies along the north face of the building within 10.5 meters of grade, so that would be the first 3 stories above grade, all the balconies have been removed. There are windows along that elevation, and we've had some discussions both with staff and with the community to try to implement some manner of visual impediment on those windows through the site plan approval process, trying to figure out sort of the best option to achieve that, to mitigate any further potential for overlook created by those windows themselves. Balconies, as you go up from there, have been sufficiently set back that really should limit any overlook impact, again, complying with those angular plane requirements. Tree planting, again, another big point of discussion. We have, through our last submission, worked to retain 5 of the large mature trees at the northwest corner of the site. We've reduced the total tree removal from 30 to 25. We will be planting approximately 60 trees on the site, a combination of deciduous and coniferous. The majority of those trees are concentrated, as I mentioned, along the northerly property line to create that robust visual and acoustic barrier. And then, of course, we would have a privacy fence along that northerly property line and the 2 side lot lines. We are prepared to make a request to increase the permitted fence height from 6 to 8 feet, be that the will of the community, again, just to further establish that barrier. At this point, I would simply state that we fully support the report and the recommendations put forth for your consideration by City Planning, and we respectfully request that the recommendations be adopted. I'd like to quickly acknowledge the efforts of staff particularly city planning, the councilor's office, in getting our application to this point. We'd commend them on their willingness to work in partnership with us to achieve our goals.
Great.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Questions for the deputant, Councillor Carroll?
I just have a quick question, and I'm sorry to put this to you. It's a question I could put to staff, but I kind of want to hear the answer before I hear the rest of the deputations from the community. I'm wondering if you could clarify for me. This is on an avenue, so it's in an avenue overlay area. It's in an apartment neighborhood zoning area, albeit there's not an apartment building on it originally, but it is an apartment neighborhood zoning. So why is this an official plan amendment? Why did we have to do or not an official plan, but a zoning amendment here? Because it's only a 12-story apartment building. Is that due to your original application, or is it still required even with all the revisions?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Carroll. So the property is actually zoned, I believe it's residential detached. It's the old zone that carried forward from the existing house that was on the property. The OP designation is apartment neighborhoods. That's why we don't need
So
the
we're
official
just
plan
doing
amendment.
the zoning.
Correct.
Yeah.
We're using the zoning as a tool to implement the OP designation.
Which when that zoning predates when we made the avenue overlays. Okay,
Exactly.
Got it. I just need to know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
V. Nigo? Great, thanks very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
So thank you everyone for having me here and your time. Maybe I need a step stool. So thank you for the developer for presenting their plan to us here in front of committee. On behalf of the neighborhood, I would like to point out some of our concerns about this development. So we have 3 major concerns about this project. Number 1 is the setback of the development from the property line. The reason is because this used to be a residential lot and is deemed to be a shallow lot. It is very tiny. And we feel that this new neighbor to us are just being too close for comfort. The setback originally from the very first version of the development plan is about 8 something meters. And the city council, not the city council, sorry, the city planners has recommended a 10-meter setback. And for some reason, to this stage, we see a 9.04 meter setback. So my question is, why the change from the recommendation from the city originally at 10 meters? Not that we're happy with 10 meters, but we're not happy that the setback has been reduced. And then the second concern we have is about the height of the building. So as you say, we are on a avenue neighborhood with zone for apartment buildings. We do have many apartment buildings, and this is the highest so far. And even though this is Wilson Avenue, but everybody knows Wilson is not a big street. We are on a tiny street. We just happen to have the street name would end with an avenue. And then I think it has been taken advantage of to impose a very aggressive development plan. If we just call it a Wilson Street, you wouldn't have that this kind of height of a building on our street. And we've seen many apartments within that area, and no apartment building is this high. And at 36 meters, I think it's deceiving because if we're including the top level with all the electrical panel equipment, it's actually 40 meters. So now it comes to the question of what is the definition to measure the height of a building? Is it up to excluding the penthouse top panel electrical equipment? So that's why we think the informations are not, is confusing to us. And for the proper height in this area, I think about 20 meters would be very good and conforming to our established neighborhood. We're not a new development area, so we don't need to set new height, so to speak. And the third point we have is about the privacy issue with this building. As you say, the plan is to have balcony and window on the north side, which is facing directly on the neighbors' properties. And we are very concerned about this based on the very short setback and the height of the building. So it is very uncomfortable in terms of privacy measure. And we think that there should not be any balcony or any window at all on that side to protect our privacy. I understand and appreciate that the developer is trying to find a mitigation method with like frosted window or I don't know, like trees or planting or whatever on their balcony to help with the privacy, but it's not solving the issue. Those windows are still openable, so people can open the window and people can hang out up there, and it's too close to the property lines to have such window and balcony. And we are at the neighborhood. We are an established neighborhood with many buildings, apartment, and we already have issues with buildings who have much bigger setback. There are buildings as far as like 25 meters setback from the property lines, and the neighborhoods already have complaining about noise, about garbage thrown down on them, and about other nuisance of, which is very common for an apartment buildings. So with that, the neighbors do not object against the development. We love to see more affordable housing for everyone, but given the details of this development, you can see it's not intended for families. We only have 9 townhouses of 2 to 3 bedrooms that's suitable for family. The rest of them, over, I would say 90%, is 1-bedroom condo apartment. This is not for family. So I don't know why, in the name of affordable housing for families, this project has get very aggressive in its height and the number of units. And lastly, we want to talk about the preserve of mature trees in our neighborhood. Right now, we have lots of trees that have been there for over 30 years, 50 years easily. And the plan is to cut down all these trees, and then at the end, plant new trees for privacy. So I think it's very unreasonable, given that there's nothing wrong with the trees that we have right now. I think the real reason is because the intention to have the underground parking, and it's too close to our property lines that the developer would like to get rid of our trees. So I would like to see different solutions to keep as much trees that we can during the.
If you could wrap up, the clock was started about a minute late, so you're closing in on the 5 minutes.
Okay, so I understand that this is a good project because it provides more housing and it helps with the intensification of the neighborhood and giving the situation that we have. But I would like to see it come up with a new proper plan that compromise and respects to the neighbors who already been here for over 50 years, and everything will be much more. It should be much more conforming to the neighborhood instead of becoming like odd one out and it's not a pretty site when it's too close to you. And with that, I hope that the city will look into our concern because they're very major concern that affecting our daily life. And we support the developer in this project, but we just want a solution so that everybody can be happy.
All right.
And
if you could wrap up, I have a couple questions. So
Yeah.
maybe. Thank you very much for your deputation, and I've sort of listened carefully to what you've said. Were you aware that the original setback was 8.5 meters, and then over time we got it up to 9.1 meters?
Yes, my question is that the city planner recommended 10 meters. So why is it reduced to 9 meters?
Well, when we go through, we've debated this building for three years. we wanted to get as many concessions for the community as we could without the applicant going to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, which usually produces a poorer outcome for the community than what we can negotiate at the local level. Were you aware that we reduced the number of units by 25 or 8%, almost 9% actually?
Yes, I'm aware of that. And the reason that those units are cutting down because the original proposed design are protruding outside of the angular plane line. And that's why this reduction of units is merely just to fit into the required building code. So it has nothing to do with the compromise or the acknowledgement of the neighbor's concern.
I guess the other thing was were you aware that the original angular plane was a so-called shallow lot angular plane, and we got them to redesign it to comply with the deep lot angular plane for enhanced privacy? I'm just wondering whether you're aware of that.
So are you saying, I don't quite understand that question.
Were you aware that originally, when the community objected, it was a shallow lot angular plane, but we negotiated to a deep lot angular plane to enhance privacy?
I'm not aware of the new angular plane applied to deep lot here.
Okay.
And to that note also, I would like to clarify, I don't know if there is an error in the final reports or the error with the actual plan, but the FSI, the floor space index, just mentioned, is 4.24, but on the final report that we saw online, it's actually at 5.37. So there is an inconsistency in terms of what is submitted for approved, and we want to clarify that.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions
you.
for the deputant? No? Okay,
No.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maria Furlano? And Tommaso Furlano, if these are family members, if one could speak, that'd be.
I wasn't there to speak. He's embarrassed.
Would you like to speak or no? No?
She's just here for support.
Okay. Oh, no, that's fine. You're not obligated to speak. You're on the list. But Maria and Tommaso are here to watch the proceedings, but not to speak. Correct. Okay. Thank you very much. Dan Nagayan? Nugent.
He has family issues, and he's had to send his regrets that he's not able to speak at this time.
All right. Well, I'll speak to him during the week because there's still work to do on this file. Peter Kastasnis?
He's also absence due to other commitments that have come up that he can't leave.
Okay. Quinn Tai?
Again, family issues.
Oh, there's just a lot happening in the community. Alina Tamburini?
She's here for support.
So you don't want to speak? No? Just to watch the proceedings? Okay, fair enough. And Frank, a family member? No. No speaking? No? Okay, to observe the proceedings. Anna Del Rose? DeRose?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for coming.
Good morning. I thank the chairman and the council for allowing me to speak today. I've lived in the neighborhood for over 40 years, and right now I'm at the very end of the cul-de-sac on Wintergreen Road, and next door to me is a high-rise, and there is a lot of lack of privacy in my backyard. I can't fully enjoy my backyard right now because of the balconies that overlook my property. Secondly, the the height of the building that's going in is just far too tall to fit into the rest of the properties that are on Wilson. If you look to the west, they're all low-rise buildings. The only one that's high-rise is the one that's next to me. And if that building goes up on 1184 Wilson Avenue, I'm going to be boxed in by tall buildings. I don't think that's very fair. Really, it is not fair. I'm going to have no privacy on my left and no privacy on my right. So I'd like to see that building at the minimum that it can be built. And that's about it. That's all I have to say. Just privacy and the height of the building. And I thank the council and the chair for allowing me to speak.
Great. Well, thank you very much for joining us. And I fully understand and appreciate what you're saying, what the city is going through with exponential growth and its impact on stable neighborhoods. It is pretty dramatic, and it's a whole paradigm shift on the way we see the city. Okay, well, I'll have some remarks at the end, and there's still some work to do.
I have another thing to say. I understand that the city needs affordable housing. I have young family members that are looking for properties, and right now they live in apartment buildings. They're not looking to move into another apartment. They're looking to find a house with property so that their children can play. I don't see any, if you're going to have families moving into that apartment building, I don't see any property where kids can play in. I really don't. I think that the city needs more homes. Homes, not apartments. Affordable homes.
Understood. No, affordability and how land use are the two biggest issues in the city right now.
I understand, but I mean, the community, an established community needs to be left alone.
Okay.
Okay,
All right, well,
thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, and please stay in touch with my office.
Thank you.
Josh Janua?
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Chambers. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, my concern is, as part of the Residents Association, is that, right from the start, this project, I think, has exploited the avenue, being Wilson Avenue, in that, it does allow a height of 36 meters, but when we had the community meeting back in February of 2020, that the senior city planner and everyone thought that the density at 5.37 was much too high for that particular property. And I say it's much too high because there are mid-rise buildings in the area, but for that particular plot of land at 1184 Wilson, except for the avenue, what you have is single-family homes to the west, to the east, and also to the north. And I think it just, as all the residents, nobody's saying we don't want a building to go up, but the taking advantage of the avenue at 36 meters height, not including the mechanical tower, just provides a density that there's nothing like along the avenue with that kind of density. And I think that's where it affects the residents in the privacy issues and sun shadow. Although most of the studies have allowed for it, we thought that a compromise, even though the developer has made some compromises to allow for the setback going from 8.5 to 9.1, we still feel that that's not sufficient. And the building, density is on the high side for that particular piece of property. And I think also, there's been some, so the senior city planner as mentioned, like there's two single homes to the east that the builder perhaps purchased these and incorporated into the development, just from a city planning issue that would be more, it would look better in the neighborhood for that project, to maybe incorporate that and have more mid-rise buildings instead of just this one plot building that at 12 meters high on the avenue. And you know, another reason I think it's too high is it overlooks the emergency department of the hospital. And you know, I can't see that. You know, why would you want to put a building that high overlooking, you know, people going to the emergency department? You know, that doesn't make sense. There's another building, you know, right across the street from the hospital called the Palisades, and it's a 5-story building. And you know, for in the community, like that building kind of, even though it was built before the hospital, it fits in. And I think somewhere in between maybe the 5 and 12 stories would be more appropriate for this piece of land, so that, you know, you have a little bit more privacy, not only for the residents, but also for the people who have to go to the hospital. Another concern is that, you know, the developer changed it recently to preserve 5 mature trees that are on the northwest side, but they came to us with this plan to eliminate all the trees, and the reason why was to allow for the underground parking for this many units for the density. And you know, like I thought, well, one way to save the trees is, well, they could build perhaps another level lower for the parking to save, you know, these trees on the northwest perimeter, which also acts as a natural barrier for the residents. And you know, they, you know, right from the start, they were going to eliminate all the trees without consideration for these. And I know they've changed now to allow some trees, and I think that's commendable on their part. But you know, right from the start, I think they just tried to exploit the avenue. They never really heard the plight of the residents, who would like to see, you know, some more significant reduction to the density and height of the building. And you know, essentially, I think they've made some changes, which there are, but overall, they're very minor in detail, such as, you know.
If you could, you're at 5 minutes. If you could wrap up.
Yes, thanks, Councillor. Yeah, just saying that the changes they made have been very minor, just to accommodate that they could proceed with the density that they've set forth from their initial plan. And I think also V had pointed out that, you know, I've seen the density. The developer said it's going to 4.24, but in the recent application, I did see the 5.37. So I think we need some, you know, clarity on that particular aspect. Thank you, Councillor.
Okay. Are you aware that from here it still goes up to City Council, and that even if adopted by City Council, we still have to go through a site plan process, and some of the tinkering with many of the concerns of the community can be adjusted during that process?
Yes, actually, I've seen some reports, and I've concerned with that too, because I think the developer's trying to put a lot of things on the site plan control process. So once they get an amendment, that they'll make changes while they're building. But I think, you know, given the record of their proposals, that you know, they need to be more accurate in what exactly they want to do, as opposed to allowing them to, you know, make changes on the site plan control process.
Okay, fully understood. Let's stay in touch with our office, because there's still some work to do on this file.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for coming. I've come to the end of the deputations on this item. Is there anyone else who wants to speak on 33-1, 1184 Wilson Avenue? No. I am going to hold the item down. There is a motion that we're working on, and I have a technical amendment as well. So I'll just tell the neighborhood, we're going to pause that item for a bit. Then we're going to move on to another item, and then we have to come back to that item in a little while. So if you can stay, great, and if not, we'll certainly keep you posted. So I'd like to now go to item 33-2, 2699 to 2701 Keel Street, zoning bylaw amendment application. I have one deputant, Benjamin Larson.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yes, we can, Benjamin. Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Great. Okay, so my name is Benjamin Larson. I'm the planning consultant working on this rezoning application. I believe I'm the only registered speaker on file. I do not intend on giving a fulsome presentation out of respect of council's time today. I simply want to provide a high-level summary of the project. So before you, you have a positive final staff report that recommends approval of this rezoning. I'm going to take this time to thank city planning and urban design staff for working collaboratively as this has been proceeding through the rezoning process. The proposal before you will intensify this large, underutilized mixed-use area designated site with a new mixed-use development, which also includes a 608 square meter public park on site. Also, as part of the rezoning are community benefits that have been secured via Section 37 with funds that will be allocated towards parks and community facilities within the vicinity of the site. I want to finish by saying I agree with the recommendation by city planning in support of the rezoning. And I also want to take the time to say thank you to council for giving me the time to briefly speak. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Are there any other speakers? That's the only speaker I have on 33-2, 2699, 2701 Keel Street. No? Okay, thank you, Mr. Larson. Any questions for staff? I just have a couple of comments. On the, any other speakers other than me?
Yeah, I'll speak, but I want to hear what you have to say next.
Okay. Oh, sorry, there's a, yeah, I'm going to move, there's a technical amendment, if we could see that on the screen, that I've been asked to move. So that will lead off my, my discussion. Not all that exciting, but, so, you know, look, it's the fastest growing city in North America. I often, when someone asks me, what are your biggest challenges? And I say, my biggest challenge is I have too much vacant land up in North York. And that's where developers are going after they've sort of maxed out much of the downtown. They're looking to the inner suburbs to build. And this is what we're facing. Midtown and the inner suburbs have hundreds of files, and you know it's pretty dramatic that the city is changing so fast that you know you go into a neighborhood that you haven't been in a couple of years, you know, in another part of the city, and you don't recognize it. The original houses might be gone, the original retail might be gone, it might all be built up. So this is a city on fire as far as building is concerned and changes are concerned, and it's very dramatic and hard to kind of get your grasp around it. But on the 2808 Keel Street, just a couple of points I would make. There were isolated semi-detached homes removed from the western corner of the site, so it's only one apartment building now. Originally, so no POPs or public or private spaces were included, but now we have about 1,454 square meters secured at the south and northwest corners of the site. So that's like green space. We've removed the driveway access from Victory Drive to Keel Street, and we've created some pedestrian walkways. The stepping and angular plane, the changes to the building massing were made to reduce shadow impacts in the west and the north. And the resulting shadow impact was not too far from the shadows already casted by an existing 4-story building, an 11-story, 36-meter building, tall building at 2800 Keel Street. And of course, there was a community benefits agreement that allows to invest in the local parks and recreational assets. So this was the best we could do at the local level. After months of consultation and haggling, one thing I've said repeatedly, we do not want these items to go to appeal. Usually these appeals result in bad outcomes. They go to the province. Usually more density is granted. We can lose our Section 37 or our community benefits agreement. And I believe on a couple of occasions, the complainants have been assessed costs when it's a frivolous appeal. So, so this was the best we could do for the community, protecting the community, creating more housing stock, rental replacement, and ensuring that that it doesn't go to appeal. So I have a technical amendment. Councillor, so the technical amendment I moved already, but Councillor Carroll wants to speak on this item as well.
This is on item number 2. With respect to the community, and I hope you'll indulge me, Mr. Chair, because these are your ward, but my comments actually really go to application number 1 as well. This area, I was going to say some of the councillors, are probably only Councillor Fillion and Councillor Minawong will recall this. This area has been going through the intensification and sort of urbanization of an area since amalgamation really dates back to Councillor Ojamari dealing with the old Canadian Tire, and here we are with 2699 and 2701, the remaining ones to be done of this whole, this quarter of the intersection. But quite frankly, all along, all of the things that have been going along have flagged for people that the avenue designation is going to represent change in this neighborhood. For me, the illustration of how sensitive this application is post-revision, mind you, post-revision in item number 1 is on page 52 of item number 1. And if you look into item number 2, you can look at all of the sort of, orange against the gray shadow of present structures. And these really do represent what the official plan and then the secondary plans that we have throughout the city and the overlays contemplate. It is not by accident that something becomes called an avenue. It's not, if you could just change the street sign to say street, this wouldn't be happening to us. These are the major roads where transit is more accessible. In the old North York plan, I should say, these intensifications would have been happening even if we had not amalgamated. Because in the old North York plan, proximity to a ramp onto a highway was a reason to build a tall building. And the same approach was in the middle of being adopted, which was to begin to take just North York, because we weren't part of Toronto, and begin to look at the avenues and do exactly what there is in the amalgamated Toronto plan. Avenue overlays to create more housing and intensification along avenues so that we can save the single-family dwelling neighborhoods, so that they can continue to exist. If we wanted a European city with all nothing but a sea of 6 to 8 story buildings, we'd build one. But we want to have our single-family dwellings, and the trade-off to get that is to agree to intensify along avenues. We can't do anything about the fact that this city is going to have 4.5 million people in it by 2040. We're actually ahead of schedule. We actually expect to get to that 4.5 million before 2040 because we're well ahead of schedule to have 3 million by 2030. We have 3 million people here now. And the schedule is to get there by 2030. And they're not all getting off the plane. One of the deputants spoke to it. My kids are looking for a home. I have kids looking for a home too, but they've resigned themselves. My 3 grandchildren and their mom live on the 7th floor, and they call that home. It is very much their home. And so it's why you see in what was classically a suburban neighborhood like ours, the kind of intensity you see where the Canadian Tire used to be, and you see the density coming along the avenues. And when we agreed to put that hospital there, this is for if the councillors haven't Google mapped it, item number 2 is right next to a hotel that has some density, and a lot of the block has been done. Item number 1 is right across the street from the hotel. And so these are the types of intensification that likely would have happened whether we had amalgamated or not. Because whether we had amalgamated or not, this place we live in was going to reach this demographic housing crisis one way or another. And so these are tough choices, and we're downright surgical in terms of the types of revisions we do. I can see from reading the report that Councillor Pasternak and the community have pushed for certain changes, and they show up in the revisions. But as to approval, if you need me to, Mr. Chair, I'll move recommendation number 2, because it really is just the finishing of a plan that, as difficult as it is, it really is just a finishing off of a quadrant that was long ago really drawn up when Councillor Ojamari and Councillor Moscow were trying to make sense of how to wrap around that hotel. So I'd be happy to move item number 2. And we really have to begin to sit down and look at, if we're keeping our single-family dwellings, how do we begin to figure out a way to also live with our new neighbors that live vertically?
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Are there any other speakers on the item? No? Okay, so I have one technical amendment that I would like to move. This is on number 2. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. On the item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 3, 2808 to 2810 Keel Street, zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition applications, final report. I have one speaker on the list, David McKay, and I believe he would be the applicant. Is he remote? Yep. Okay, Mr. McKay?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is David McKay. I'm registered professional planner with MHBC, and I represent the applicant. Similar to the other proposals, this is for an intensification in the Keel and Wilson area. This site is designated as an apartment neighborhood, and the proposal will intensify in accordance with the direction provided by the official plan as identified by council just on the last item. We feel that we have balanced that intensification with a transition to the neighborhood in terms of angular plane, increased landscaping areas, and redirecting, Councillor, as you'd mentioned, the driveway access and main entrance to Keel Street. We've worked diligently with yourself, Councillor Pasternak, and staff, and we'd like to thank you for that. And we request your approval of this item to move this project forward. I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Fred Romanen? Is he remote? Yeah? Okay. Fred?
Hello, can you hear me?
Fred?
Yes, can
Yes.
you hear me?
Yes, hi, it's Councillor Pasternak here. Thank you very much for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak my mind on the proposed building. I will make a general comment. I've lived in the neighborhood for over 40 years, and it's been amazing the changes that have happened in intensification and congestion of motor vehicles. Just a comment, we do have buildings that have occurred, pop up 12, 13 stories around us here. I live on Hallsport, so I'm in the middle of all this jungle. We have this park up the street with 30 or 40,000 people moving in. I say park only because that word is in its name. It's not a park, it's a massive development. Just as a comment, when will the city, yes, it's growing and all this wonderful stuff, but when will it take some recognition of what this amount of intensification is doing to the established neighborhood? Yes, we need more places, but do we need 13, 14 stories? And why aren't they occurring on the other side of the Allen? Anyway, with regards to this proposal, I've received 2 notices. I'm confused as to how many stories the building has. Is it 13, which is stated in one, and the other one says 12 stories? Number of units on one is 313, and the other is 337. Parking spots are 167 in the 13-story. The other one doesn't even mention the number of parking spots. So what is actually being proposed is a question. Now, I guess someone's going to answer that. I'll continue. Is that something to discuss now, or do I just continue with my 5 minutes?
If you finish up, please.
Okay. All right. So at any rate, regardless of the number of units, we originally had a 4-story. We're going to a 12 or a 13. The density has gone up almost 480%. The number of parking spaces that is stated in the one proposal that I have in the notice only represents 53% of the number of units. So it's totally inadequate. What will happen is that it'll overflow. Hallsport and adjacent streets will become the extension of their parking lot, which is not a desirable situation. In terms of access, Mr. Pasternak, you mentioned you've managed to change it from the back of the building now and exit onto Keel Street. In my opinion, all you've done now is manage to affect the flow of traffic on Keel Street, which is already unbearable. Okay, high level of traffic, and you're now going to allow them to go north, make left turns out, when the current situation takes them out to Victory Drive, which has a lights at the corner of Keel and Victory, which is a controlled exit and entry, which is what it should be. I think the move to Keel is a bad one. The other thing is there's supposed to be some allowance for a passage from north or east to west along the side of the building. That will only give the residents access to Hallsport to easily park on that street. And so all you're doing by allowing that is to enhance the use of Hallsport as a parking lot for this building. I suggest that pathway should be eliminated. And I'm still unclear on the north-south. If that remains, I don't know. So that's about it for me.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Are there any questions for the deputant? I just have just have a couple. You mentioned Downsview Park. Are you aware that the Downsview secondary plan is quite different than the park itself? The park itself is around 300 acres, including the park commons. I've seen no development applications that builds on parkland in the 3 years I've been representing the area. I'm just wondering, you mentioned that we're building on the park. I'm just wondering if you could provide some more details of that.
Well, perhaps you're not aware of the history behind that. It was supposed to, in its entirety, be parkland, look like Central Park. We went through so many different stories. It was going to become the sports capital of the world. You know, we went through all kinds of nonsense to end up with basically a development with some green space. You've got on the north side of Keele and Shepherd a fantastic neighborhood, heavily treed, beautiful aged trees, and that's going to turn into a neighborhood of 17-story apartment buildings or condos. I'm not sure which way that goes. There's also a revision underway to the secondary plan, and I'd be very surprised. I'd be amazed if it included a reduction in the density, but it won't. It'll likely be an increase in the density. So the appearance of the subway has just given the city the opportunity to go nuts on density with the with the belief that everybody's going to be taking the subway downtown, which just isn't the case.
Okay. So, but
so
you
that's what
said
I
we
meant
were
by the park.
building. You said we were building on parkland, and the only
No,
applications
I'm
I've
saying-
seen are adding 100 acres of parkland. I haven't seen any building on our national park. I'm just wondering what plans you've seen.
Okay. I thought we were at 580 odd hectares of land, and when it was gifted by the federal government, the Liberals, okay? That has since been reduced. There is green space, yes, but there is considerable more development than was originally intended when it was first gifted. That's what I'm referring to. So it's not this amazing park that's going to be created there for all of Toronto to enjoy. It's becoming a development, and you see it all around you.
All right, so I realize there's well, you know what, I'll leave that for my comments. There certainly has been disappointments on the vision and the disconnect between a federal corporation and the community on what that park was supposed to be. But when the park was announced, it was supposed to be 300 acres with the rest of the lands primarily owned by Bombardier and the Canadian military. And I have never seen a plan where the runway and the hangars were promised in the mid 90s to be parkland.
In response to that, I will tell you that I attended every meeting in the beginning, sat down with local residents, given crayons to put down on these maps what we would like in various locations on the park. That turned out to be a total joke, because what came back after that that situation where the apparent belief that or the appearance that the community was given a voice just didn't happen. Okay, what came out of it and resulted in the secondary plan was not what the community wanted. Okay,
All right,
that's what
we'll
I'm
leave
saying.
it.
So
We'll leave
anyway.
it. We'll leave it for that, because it's been debated for 30 years. I'll reserve that for my comments. Thank you very much for your deputation.
Well, how about?
Are there any other deputations on this item? Item number 3. I don't see any. Questions for staff? Any questions for staff? Speakers? Okay, I'll speak because I have a technical motion to move, if we could put that on the screen. Drafted by staff. There it is. I just want to address very quickly, I'm not sure what this property has to do with Downsview Park, but just a few comments about Downsview Park. Now, back in the 90s, it was promised that there would be a parkland in the Downsview area as they decommissioned the military operations. The original acreage of that site was supposed to be 300 acres, and that was parkland. The commercial industrial lands surrounding it, if they became available to the federal government, were to be sold to help operate the park. The military still continued to control their parcels of land on the eastern side of the Downsview lands, and that was never to be parkland. Bombardier was the big private sector owner of land, and they were running, at the time, it was a fairly successful aeronautics industry, and they were not going to give up any of their land to be parkland. Were there mistakes along the way? Of course there were. Was there a disconnect between the federal corporation that controlled the lands, first Downsview Park, and then, of course, Canada Lands? There was a disconnect. Did they go out to an international competition for park design and then shelve that plan? That occurred. Now, at the same time, I'm in that park every week, and in the surrounding area, and there's basically a park there. It's a gorgeous park, which is a little over 200 acres. And the park commons, which includes a series of soccer pitches and Centennial College. The plans I've seen to develop are on vacant lands and soon-to-be commissioned commercial lands owned by Bombardier. It's bought by a company called Northcrest. Nothing can happen on those lands unless there's a parks plan. And that parks plan now is probably looking at about 100 acres of more national park. That is the progress that we've been making over the years. No building on our national park, and I've only been the representative for 3 years, and expanding our national park through a network of parks and trails of another 100 acres. So that is my position. When people say we're building on parkland, that's incorrect. Were there broken promises along the way, and misunderstandings along the way prior to me being the local councillor? Yes, there were, and we have to fix that in the years ahead. And that concludes my remarks. Okay, so we'll put the motion on the screen. Technical amendment. All those in favor? This is item 3. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. On the item as amended? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Now, if the clerk has my motion for item 1, we can go back to that one and move the motion. So we have members of the community still sitting here. I thank you very much for your patience. My motion, there's 2 motions. So there's a technical amendment, which I have to move, but there's another motion that makes sure you're still engaged as the site plan consultations continue. So there's still work to do on this file, and I want to assure you that we're going to be watching it closely. And there's some issues that you've mentioned that I believe we can address going forward. While we've made some progress on this file, it's not the file that we saw originally in February of 2020. And I remember the consultation very well because it was the last public consultation I had before the pandemic. And I look back at it as a very important meeting with the community. So what we're going to do is City Council direct the Chief Planner and Executive Director of City Plan to engage the adjacent community at a site plan control stage with the intent of making sure the applicant implements as many of the privacy measures as possible to respect the established net residential neighborhood to the north. That's what I can do at this stage to make sure that stable neighborhoods like yours and homeowners like yours have the best privacy strategy possible that we can deliver at the city level without this going to appeal. So I'll put that to a vote. sorry, the first vote is actually my technical amendment, which is on the screen. All those in favor of that? And then my motion to protect the community. And there's the motion where there's still some work to do. All those in favor of that? And the item is amended. Favor? Opposed? That is carried. So I thank you very much for your patience. Please stay in touch with my office. I think you all know Hector, who is the planner in my office, and let's meet again soon. Thank you very much for coming. So we're on to item 4, 155 and 165 Elm Ridge Drive. We do have a series of deputants. Gary Gladstone from RENA, I believe you've requested to go first, which is fine, as the, I guess, as the applicant. And then there's the applicant's representative, is also on the list. Gary, thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. If I could have the overhead put up. Do you have the deck? Yeah, there's the deck for it. Sir, the overhead is over there. Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, I think
With apologies, I'm not sure how to use this.
I think if you put down your image, then we'll be able to put it up on the screen. Yeah.
No, it was a slide deck that was sent in advance that I was told would be projected.
Oh, I don't know if we're able to do that. Can we do a whole deck, or just broadcast
with
an
6
overhead?
slides, yeah. My apologies to the chair and council.
Can it go in the overhead?
Well, Gary's just saying he submitted a slide deck to go through. I just don't know.
If it's not possible, I'll just speak without the deck then.
Can you put it on the overhead? Do you have a hard copy?
Just with the notes. It's okay. I'll just speak to it without that. Yes, I do. Yeah. It's probably faster if you could pull it up. That's wonderful. So I'll begin as they're loading it. My apologies. Chair and council and deputants, thank you very much. My name is Gary Gladstone, and I am pleased to be the lead stakeholder relations of RENA. For those of you not familiar with RENA, we promote dignity, individuality, independence, personal growth, and community inclusion for people with diverse abilities within a framework of Jewish culture and values. RENA is celebrating our 50th anniversary next year, founded by families in 1973. We've been providing services on Elm Ridge, which is what this site is about, for the past 15 years. And it's very important to understand that the sites we're referring to are RENA sites, and there's an agreement registered on title with the proper use of the land, which is to support those with developmental disabilities. We support people of all faiths, cultures, and backgrounds, and we are one of the largest developmental service providers in Ontario. We've been active in developing solutions to meet needs for those we serve and the sector as a whole, and please check out rena.org for more information. So what does RENA do? I'll wait one moment. Okay. If you can go to the next slide, and thank you very much. Your timing is perfect. So RENA currently supports over 1,000 individuals with developmental disabilities and severe mental health needs and in outreach, housing, and day program. We are also the lead organization of the Intentional Community Consortium, representing 26 agencies dealing with supportive housing across Ontario. We are the lead agency in a CMHC Housing Solutions Lab on inclusion, And most recently, I've been speaking on the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and the status of persons with disabilities with regards to housing this very vulnerable community. Next slide, please. So the three abilities that are needed for supportive housing: affordability. 90% of those with developmental disabilities live below the poverty line and only have $497 per month that they can afford on rent. And we have to build to that. Supportability. How do we get the right supports? Individuals do not require support 24/7. They just need to know that when they need it, it is available, and that is a huge difference. The worst possible place for individuals we support are in hospitals and long-term care facilities, and when there's inappropriate housing, sometimes that is where they land. Accessibility, what are the unique and common access needs? Again, this population has its own needs, and builders don't necessarily build to that. Next slide, please. So what we are suggesting on the Elmridge sites, the Frankfurt Family Arena Residence, is the first intentional community in the city of Toronto, following on two successful intentional communities in Vaughan. Specifically, person-centered approach. The individual and staff are equal partners in planning and developing care to ensure it meets the individual's needs. It's a safe and welcoming environment. The residence is a place where everyone, individuals, family, and staff, feels welcome, safe, and respected. Inclusion and diversity are key. The residence is composed of people with varied abilities and backgrounds who come together to live a meaningful life connected to their families, friends, and community. Strong and respectful collaboration. Everyone works together to support the individual so they can live with safety, dignity, and a greater quality of life. And living and sharing life together. The individuals look out for their neighbors and can expect the same help from others. Next slide, please. The situation in Ontario and across Canada is dire, to put it bluntly. There are approximately 100,000 individuals in Ontario with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and about 40% of those have comorbidity with mental health. There are greater than 16,000 individuals with developmental disabilities across Ontario awaiting housing supports, and it is estimated it is a 40-year waiting list, and this has all been verified by the Auditor General's report from a number of years ago. Also, 18 to 30% of those in homeless shelters have developmental disabilities. Before I go in to talk about the Arena Community Residence and the Lou Fruitman Residence, I'd like to thank the city. We were successful with the Open Door Affordable Housing Program, and thank you for your support. We have been involved with the C2K program that has been working very nicely, and with your help and support, we will grow on the supports of the Arena Community Residence, a building in Vaughan, 60 units, 84 individuals, that was opened in 2012, and the Lou Fruitman Arena Residence that was just opened last year during COVID, 79 units, 138 people, supported on budget and created earlier. The Frankfurt Family Arena Residence is a 106-unit building with 25 studio apartments, 41 one-bedroom, 23 two-bedroom, 14 three-bedrooms, and 3 four-bedrooms, with support already in place, as I said, from the city. CMHC has supported us with seed grant and is fully supportive of this project, and I would fully suspect the province to be supporting this as they have the Lou Fruitman Arena Residence and other of our projects. With that, Mr. Chair, I would welcome any questions, and there are a number of other deputants as well.
Well, thank you very much, Gary, for that impressive presentation and the impressive organization that you're involved with. Are there questions for the deputant? No questions at this point. Thank you very much, Gary.
And city staff, thank you for coming to the rescue.
Byron Carter?
there a connection for the, to be able to put up TV?
It's just coming down.
Great. I'm not sure where you have to be. Maybe you have to be here.
What kind of connection do you have?
I can't believe.
Yeah. Computer. Can I see the computer? Computer, yeah. Is it an HDMI? Yeah.
No,
This is.
yeah, you got it. I'm going to turn now, okay? This one? Thank you so much.
Are you okay there, or do you need to be here?
What about like
Just hold.
the projection? How can you show the slides? This was like, we were able to see here the camera, right?
No,
Or we want the, okay.
Can I see your
Yeah,
computer?
we will correct this. So I'm going to turn over now, okay? Yes. You won't be able to see the time. And I'm going to put this here, so you also are going to be able to see the time, okay? Okay. So once you start, just press stop. You want to do something here?
Yeah, just. It's not showing it for some reason. How does it recognize it?
You have another report?
This is the only part of the bathroom.
Can I connect on this USB?
No, unfortunately, there's nowhere to plug that in.
Okay.
And you don't have a dongle for this?
Excuse me?
Like a adapter?
No.
Unfortunately, it's not working.
What about my laptop?
You're right.
Does that have HDMI?
Yes.
Is it on?
Can you proceed without the audio visual? Or the visual?
I think we need the visual. I think hopefully we can sort this out.
Can you put the password? Can you put the password?
Cancel.
Come on. Need to close all this. Sorry.
Unless we can get this going almost immediately, we'll have to hold the item down. Anyway, I'm gonna go to, while you guys are working that out, I'm going to go to Jennifer Kaufman. Jennifer, are you on the line? No? Stephanie Granovsky or Stephen Granovsky? Mr. Granovsky?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I actually just need a couple of minutes. My name is Stephen Gronowski. I'm the founder of Kids Autism Network, a charity local to Toronto. I am very involved in a number of other small and large autism-related charities and organizations. I'm also the parent of a 22-year-old son who is high functioning on the autism spectrum. As you can imagine, I have a lot of experience with the young adult community, and I wanted to make sort of a single poignant statement to you, which is I don't think as counselors there's really any project you can support greater in value than this one. And I'm biased as a parent, but I'm as about committed to this as anything in my life. And I want to just tell you very briefly why I say that. Number one, maybe a profile of a young adult on the autism spectrum with developmental challenges. They live their young adult life and probably into their older adult life in either one of two scenarios from a residential point of view, either extreme isolation or in their parents' basement. And there's probably thousands of young adults like that in the city of Toronto. With the right support and prompting, they can be brought out of those situations in the most productive of environments. These are young adults generally that can hold down jobs. My son, for example, works part-time. They can travel independently in the city. They can cook. They can take care of their own hygiene. They need moderate levels of support, and most importantly, they need both financial, social, and community support. It is the core deficit of autism, as I'm sure you're aware, that their ability to network and develop relationships is weak. And I really believe as a society, we have a tremendous responsibility to provide that support and allow these young adults to flourish in their lifetimes. Just a final example, and I'll leave my comments at that. My son is a member of two different young adult support groups run by professional therapists who provide guidance on all kinds of life planning. Every single member of my son's two young adult groups have no residence-based plan in mind for their 20s or 30s, other than to live either in a single dwelling in isolation, where they face the uncertainty of a world around them with no support, or in their parents' basement, which is simply not a long-term solution. And these are young adults that can contribute, that can make friends. All they need is our help, that little bit of support. And by far, when they reach their 20s, the most important topic of conversation is where they're going to live and how they're going to live there independently with the right level of support. And so I really urge this council to take whatever steps it is to support this project. I know I'll do whatever it takes, and it will be an unbelievable step forward for our community in North York and our community in the city of Toronto. Thanks for letting me speak to you today.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much, Stephen. Okay, so we're back to Byron?
Yeah.
Byron. Okay, I guess you're all set up now.
Yeah, I think we're
you have 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. I want to say we're, very much in supportive of the RENA and the great work that they're doing. Want to work in a way that to find, a great solution for them and a great solution for the community. That's our heart, and that's where we're coming from. We just wanted to take a walk through tall building design guidelines as it would apply to this site, to give some guidance for the design. The angular plane, we can go to the next slide. The angular plane allows for an 8-story development according to the guidelines, and it allows the building to be able to step down to the belt line. Can we go to the next? Here's a shot of the belt line behind just to the south of the Toronto housing. The RENA proposed development would go just to the other side where you see that bit of sky. This is a 9-story building, and if we were talking about an 8 or a 9-story building, it would match this height and how it would relate to the belt line. The proposal would go 2.5 times, or two times this height plus an additional floor, and doesn't really mitigate with the parkland. The project at the lower scale of an 8-story building would be able to do that, and you can see some of the trees can kind of soften that. Next slide. This is fairly crescent, and it's then just to the south of the Toronto Housing, and just where that big tree is where the other building would come in. You notice how the massing stepping down actually works pretty well. There's the taller building kind of partly hidden by the tree. It's the whitish brick building. And then you see it start to step down. It's going from 18 stories down to 9 stories for the Toronto Housing, and then it's stepping down to the single family residential neighborhood, which the design is asking for. These are a few buildings that have just been completed or just starting under construction. This is a 9-story building on Eglinton. You can see how it's stepping down to the housing behind the building. This is the Glen Hill condo, just starting construction on Bathurst. Again, a 9-story building, stepping down to the residential. Just trying to show that there's a number of 9-story buildings that are taking place, which I think is a good height, good model for a midtown development. Here again, another one. This is the Bianca. It's on DuPont. So we're just seeing that there's a lot of development happening around that 9-story height. Just want to comment to this, the way that this complex has been designed, which is beautifully designed, has these 8-story towers. They're all ringed around, and they're the taller buildings to the north, and to the south are the lower buildings, the 7 stories. And again, we're proposing where that 19 is, that would be, say, an 8-story, and then the Toronto Housing 9. So you can see that whole area stepping down towards the belt line and stepping down towards a single-family neighborhood. The lower building allows for being able to mitigate shadows and allow for a better transition in scale, loss of sky. We're just showing here a shot. The arena building proposed that would go in between the red brick building of the Toronto Housing and the white. That forms kind of a wall. You get a bit of a break for some sky view, and oh my goodness. And so we're just trying to show how the sky is getting eaten away by the higher development. The shadows that you start to see, the 19-story building would totally, at times, engulf the building across the street from it, plus some of the other buildings. The density, we talked about height, now talking about density. The pattern of development, can we go back? The pattern of development. The pattern of development should be kept. There's a spacing of all those other towers.
You're almost at your 5 minutes. If you could wrap up.
Okay. Can we just go? So it's not a matter of just height and saying there's other buildings there of approximate that height, but they have a lot of land around them. In this case, we don't have that. The setbacks, the site is small and doesn't allow for the design guideline setbacks, which are 12.5 meters. We're doing about 2.5, 3.5 kind of setbacks. And so one of the things that, if we can go back one. The guidelines say that where a building can go back.
Okay.
A building is getting higher. There should be a greater differentiation between them. The same way you can say, as you make the building smaller, you can have a smaller amount of distance between the buildings. So that's one way to mitigate the required setbacks.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe if you left something out, maybe if there's questions from councillors, you can incorporate that into your response. Are there any questions for councillors? Can I just get 1 minute just to say
because this is critical to it all. Just give me, if I can, a few seconds, just because this is the proposal. So basically, in talking with RENA, what I understand as best I can is that they require a 12-story building for it to be able to work for them. And so we're saying, okay, well, then take that 8-story and let's take it to 12. And if that works for them, great. And looking at the same time, if they're reducing the building down, they can reduce parking down. The other thing I'd ask is that we even further reduce the parking, that the neighborhood will absorb some of the people parking so we can get additional money back to RENA.
All right, well, that's a negotiating thing, so, I mean, I appreciate you bringing your comments here.
Last one, I just want to thank the
Carroll-
staff. The
Yeah,
staff
Councillor
have been
Carroll
great.
has questions for you, maybe.
Well, actually, the local councillor should probably go first.
Councillor Cole, did you have any questions for the deputant?
Yes, yeah, thank you, Byron. Where do you live, Byron?
I'm at 131 Elmridge Drive. I'm right up against the Allen, but just on the other side of the bridge.
Okay, yeah, so you're right in the neighborhood.
Yes, and I'm not here
you
for
talked
myself.
about
Like I'm not here because of how this will impact me. I'm fine to take the hit or whatever it does to help RENA. I just want to do what I believe is the right thing for the community.
So you're here to help RENA. So you say you're here to help RENA.
Yes.
So how would you help RENA if you reduce the number of the units that they need to house all of these persons with developmental disabilities that are, you know, there's 16,000 on the waiting list. So how would you help RENA by reducing the number of available units in half?
Because I think that this building's way too big for the site. It's just falling over. It doesn't allow for some of the bedrooms to have good light and open air. And I think that reducing the building is going to be a better building for RENA. I think we can work to get the extra money together, and I hope that City Council would be able to come alongside. And we can build the additional units. We can build the additional units on another site.
Less units on this site. You're going to reduce the unit half. Now, the question I have, you talk about height. On this street here, isn't there a building 24 stories right on the corner from this, right down the street?
Yep.
At the corner, isn't there a building 24 stories? Are you aware of that building?
Yes, I am. Yeah, it was on the drawing that we
Are
were
you aware?
showing you. And it has a certain amount of
Are
land
you aware that? Okay. Are you aware that the 9-story residential apartment building across the street is up for an application for 35 stories? They're going to tear that down and build 35 stories directly across the street from where RENA is going to be.
That's a proposed development, yes.
Yeah, 35 stories. Okay. Are you aware that there's applications now coming in up and down Marley for 28 stories, 40 stories, 40 stories, that because of the new provincial guidelines asking for more density near subways, that applicants are coming in for 28 to 40 or 40 story community now?
I haven't seen any signboards up for anything. There is a 28, there was a public meeting, and it was agreed from that public meeting, as best I know from Jason, that they are going to lower it. The Dillon, which is across the street from that, is going to is under construction now, and it's 11 stories. There are signboards up.
Yeah, that was
story development on Marley.
Yeah, that was approved 3 years ago. Yeah. So now, and are you aware there's a 40-story application at the corner of Marley and Lawrence?
No.
Sign up, 40 stories. Anyways, listen, thank you very much for your presentation.
Great. Okay, thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor Carroll, did you still want to ask your questions?
Well, I'll just, building on what Councillor Cole really went where I was going to go in answering questions. If we set aside, and I think that's what you're asking us to do is look at the planning piece, which means we have to set aside what RENA does for a minute. And I get that, that's fair, but I was going to ask along the same lines as Councillor Cole, if you're aware that where we used to draw circles of 500 meters around subway stations, Marley Avenue is one of those areas where, because the province has made it now 800 meters, those circles connect. So from the station at Lawrence and the station at Eglinton, this whole neighborhood is now a candidate for densification. And so, you know, that it's going to come for market housing anyway, it behooves us to look at other forms of housing getting a chance at it as well. Are you aware that the challenge, that 800 meters from any subway station in a circle in all directions, what that represents to planning?
You know, somewhat, yes. And I believe that we have design guidelines, which we've gone through. You know, we've tried to flag the areas that the design guidelines, which the city has approved and said that they want to adopt and use these for all, and it's marked all developments. And that's because they're good. They're good for the person who owns the land and is building. They're good for the community.
Absolutely love them and adopted them. But are you aware that whatever design guidelines we adopt, once this gets to the point of provincial appeal, their policy comes first, and their policy is largely throwing our design guidelines out the window, as long as it's inside that 800 meter circle.
Yeah, somewhat. I mean, one of the things that's happening, and we tried to show all those drawings, is that, and I think from my conversations with Robin Martin, is that they want to make sure that they're getting more linear development and they're not getting point development like happened at Eglinton and Yonge. So what we're showing is that you can have linear buildings along Marley, and you can actually get a higher density out of that. Like Paris has a higher density with its lower buildings than in Manhattan with its towers. So you can get a very good density out of it. You don't disrupt the neighborhoods as bad. You don't have the shadowing and the impacts and everything. And so that's all. We're just lifting that up.
As long as you're aware that even at Eglinton and Yonge, we had lovely design guidelines for that area as well. We called it Midtown in Focus. And not only did they change the measurement to any transit station for intensification, but the province singled it out and said, we're throwing out your municipally developed Midtown in Focus. So, you know, that's what we're up against, whether we're dealing with the type of service that RENA intends to offer or just plain old market value. They're just drawing big concentric circles of 800 meters around our transit stations and saying, if you're coming to the OLT, we're going to say yes. It's that arbitrary. And yet, we just went through a moment for the electorate to say something about that. Nobody said anything. It's kind of shocking. Ow. But were you aware of that before coming here today?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Okay, great. Are there any questions, any further
Yeah,
questions?
and again, we're not saying don't
No,
develop.
enough.
We're
enough.
saying
Enough. We've heard enough. No, we appreciate your comments, but if we give you 10 minutes, we got to give everybody 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So, David McCoy, thank you very much for your deputation.
thank you. Appreciate your time, and the staff, thank you for all your help.
Do we have a David McCoy on the line? We do. Mr. McCoy? David?
Hello?
Yes. David? There you go. Yeah, thank you. Oh, there you are. Okay, thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes. David, I think you muted. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, proceed.
Am I unmuted now?
Yeah, you're good. We can
Okay.
hear you.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, once again, and members of the council. My name is David McCoy. I live at 45 Elmridge Drive, and I've lived here for over 30 years. I'm also a member of the RENA board. This proposal for 155 and 165 Elmridge Drive involves the construction of a vitally important, affordable, and accessible residential building in my neighborhood, as Gary Gladstone has so clearly outlined. It will address longstanding critical housing needs for many citizens who live with intellectual
and developmental disabilities. Currently, there's an overwhelming shortage of such housing in our region as well as the province of Ontario, as Councillor Cole had pointed out so neatly. The proposed 19-story building will complement this section of Elmridge Drive nicely and undoubtedly be a location of pride for the community. I drive or walk past this address several times daily and look forward to the changes this attractive new building will bring and the vital services it will provide. As a member of the RENA board, I'm proud that the city continues to support innovative models like this and will be involved as much as I can be as this project develops. I do look forward to your full support for this essential project. Thank you very much for the time.
Great. Thank you very much for your comments. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you very much, David. Rob Siegel? Mr. Siegel?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Great. Thank you very much for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. My name is Rob Siegel. I'm one of the founding board members of Autism Speaks Canada. I've served in that role for the past 15 years, and I've heard and seen many developments come and go over that time period. In my opinion, there's never been a bigger need or a more pressing concern or issue than we face right now. Just a few numbers to throw it at you. 1 in 60 now, 1 in 60 children being born are born on the autism spectrum and are looking at a future without housing opportunities. I'd also like to say that 85% of people that are on the autism spectrum sadly live in their parents' basements and don't have many opportunities. This building is quite unique and quite special and has 100% support from myself and everyone I'm involved with. It has never been more crucial. The idea of community for the public.
David, we've seemed to have lost. Oh, there you go. Okay. Sorry, Rob.
Can you hear me?
We did lose. We lost audio for about 10 seconds there.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can hear me.
We can
what
now.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to point out is my absolute belief and support in this crucial project for the children and for the parents as well, and for all communities at large. This will be a world recognized first. I'm not aware of a building like this anywhere in Canada, and its need has never been greater. The opportunity to give these people the chance to have their own community and their own group around them is also of key interest and concern. Left on their own, like I said, their outcome is not all that favorable. You have 85+% living in their parents' basements. As their parents age up and out, we have numerous issues that face us. I couldn't be more supportive of this. For full disclosure, I do have a 23-year-old son who is on the autism spectrum, and I'm very concerned about what will happen to my son Spencer when I'm no longer around or my wife's no longer around, as are many parents throughout the world, and certainly throughout Toronto and Ontario. I cannot stress how important it is for people to start dealing with housing issues, but especially for at-risk people like people on the spectrum and people that would inhabit a building as magnificent as this. So I'm here to give my full support, to thank everyone for listening and for being brave in terms of putting up something like the RENA is leading that has not been done before. It's so critical. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob. Are there any questions for the deputant? No questions. Thank you, Rob, for those fine comments. Robert Wheeler? Mr. Wheeler?
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. My name's Rob Wheeler. I am a former vice chair of Holland Bloorview Foundation, currently a director of an organization called Post 21. which works to develop programming for young adults with highly complex situations, to support them and their parents and involving them in the community, where many, as you know, many of the programs and supports in Ontario have fallen away at that age. My wife and I have 4 children. Our number 3 is 21 years old. She has developmental and physical disabilities. And like some of the other speakers, you know, we echo those same hopes and concerns about our daughter, and see that this housing development is a great opportunity for us personally and for the community to provide a resource that is badly needed. So it's important, it's badly needed. I think we all realize that. And, you know, I would say that RENA is just a very highly respected organization when it comes to delivering this kind of care. You know, I won't speak to any of the design issues. I would just say that for our daughter, you know, 2 features of this development are critical. The level of social engagement and connection that's possible in a facility of this size for her and for many of these other individuals is just key, as is the level and availability of supports within the facility. And where I have to believe that there's a critical mass that is important in staffing and delivering that kind of care to a community of, you know, to people who have various needs. So I would say that there are, you know, the size is an important feature, and you know, I'm very supportive of the project, and hope that council can vote to support it as well. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. Are there questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Now, I believe Adam Brown is not speaking, and he's asked Lindsay Dale Harris to present on his behalf. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct.
That's
okay.
correct.
Ms. Dale Harris, thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. And thank you. Well, actually, thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee, and members of Community Council. And my name is Lindsay Dale Harris, and I'm a partner at Bousfields, and we are the planning consultants for RENA. And first of all, I think as Gary Gladstone did, I'd like to thank the city planning staff, the Open Doors, the C2K team, the councillor, and the residents for all the support they have shown in bringing this report forward to you in a timely manner. And it really is, for me, a privilege and honor to present to you a very brief description of the proposed facilities, which Gary has really described so well. I'm not going to go into the site statistics. It is a 19-story building. We're going to have 106 assisted living units for developmentally handicapped individuals. There is excellent amenity areas within the building, and also adjacent to the building, there is excellent parking and bicycle parking. And it has been designed in conjunction with the TCHC building to the east in order to share access and facilities and to make it function in a much better way. I have a presentation, which I hope somebody could put up for me, which shows the planning, specifically addresses the planning issues, which some members of the community have identified. I'm not sure if it's available, because it is a very beautiful building. It is in an area of high density apartment development. It is, as the councillor mentioned, very close to important subway station and LRT stations. And it is in an area that's designated for apartment residential uses. And it is of a height which is compatible with and complements the existing heights in the area. Is there any way my presentation could be put forward? It was sort of in the package with Gary Gladstone's.
Um, Well, you mean a slide deck?
Yeah, it was part of the agenda package.
We can share her, we can give her the ability to share her screen.
Yes, you can share your screen if you wish.
Oh, you've already given her the ability? Okay,
No.
yes, she can.
It's it's in the agenda package.
Oh, do you have an electronic version of it?
We've looked at it.
Yeah. If it's distributed to counselors, then we do have it on the public record.
I've already looked at it.
Um,
And she has the option to share her screen if she wants
The next deputant actually has what you're looking to show, so we will we'll ask him to show it. So we're good. Anything else to add?
No, I just wanted to stress the importance of the setting, the importance of how closely we've worked with planning staff to develop a building which does respect the setbacks, which does respect the heights in the area, and the very high quality of the design which has been developed for the site. My presentation had the site plan, it had the elevations, and it showed how suitable this particular development is in terms of planning. It's not just it's a great thing, it's not just a very, very important use. It has really an outstanding design.
Well, thank you very much. I can assure you Rena has some big fans on this community council, and I believe the next presenter has some of the materials you were looking to show. So we're good. Any questions for the deputant? Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, Lindsay, thank you so much. I have one final deputant on this item. It's Adam Brown. And I understand you're participating remotely.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of council.
You look good.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. And I can share the screen to just give you some brief slides. Before I do that, just want to start by saying Councillor Cole and his office have done a fantastic job of making time to allow RENA Foundation and all of our consultants to bring this proposal to the community in a number of community information meetings over the last number of years. So I want to thank them for doing that because it's allowed us to make sure the message is out, both from a planning standpoint and what RENA does, which, developments are important, but to me, this is one of those agencies that I support and lend my time to because of what they do to help people with diverse abilities and diverse needs, and it really is a fantastic organization. I also want to start by thanking staff, and I can tell you, your staff in the city who, there's less staff to do more work, have done a tremendous job in getting this done. Ben Duramo, David Sitt, Paula White, Al Rozovsky, Shelley Charm, Don Hamilton, Joseph Luck, Dennis Braun, Noah Slater, and I hope I don't miss anyone, but they have to be named because the amount of effort they put forward in getting this done, in working with us, understand the importance from a planning standpoint, and more importantly, understanding the importance of getting these units to the users at the end of the day in a quick fashion has been stupendous. So to give you the brief slideshow, I'm going to take you to, can you see the slide of the location of the site?
Yeah, it's all
clear. Are you guys seeing my slides?
Yeah, it's all clear. It's all clear.
Okay, good. So as I've heard some of the councillors already note, the transit in the local area, which makes this a great site, and it's an apartment neighborhood that's been an apartment neighborhood for some time. The location aerial photos show, from a bird's eye view, that when you look at the site from any vantage point, there are apartments surrounding it of varying heights and scale. There are some higher, some lower. That's the characteristic of this area. And if we look at the land use map, which you know well, an apartment neighborhood designation with green space in the back that's being incorporated into our site design. You guys have seen this map before, which shows you the height, which is again within the range of what you see. It's not on the higher scale of what you see. And again, it fits nicely into the range of heights that you've already seen in the area, even before all the new provincial policies came forward. This is just a view at grade of what's been done to coordinate the design with the building next door, which is again a Toronto housing building. And again, their association, their group has worked closely with us to make sure that they integrate with one another nicely and creating a beautiful entranceway for the end residents of the building. And giving you more of the view along the back greenscape, which is very important to the city, important to the local area. They've done again a great job of providing a seamless integration with that landscape area in the back. Won't take you through much of the site plan other than to say it's been carefully planned and thought out with city planning staff and urban design staff, giving us really some great comments and input throughout the process. And that input really has made for a better plan. And again, on the ground floor plan, in terms of the way we have a connected driveway, a shared ramp to the underground parking with our neighbors next door, which was arranged, and the loading, which has minimized the interruption in the front, and really creating nice lobby space and amenity space in the front area. And again, just a basic elevation that shows you in terms of the context. It's, you know, typically I'm here with buildings that are a lot taller than what's been approved in the past. That's not the case here. And as important as the planning, or more important than the planning, is again what RENA does and what RENA brings to the community and what RENA brings to those in need. So I wanted again to end where I began, which is a big thank you to the councillor and his staff, and for all the city staff in making themselves available to work with us to bring this very important development to fruition. And thank you, Chair and members of Community Council, for listening to me today. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Adam. It sounds like an awards dinner, but appreciate your comments. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you, Adam, very much. That is the end of the deputant's list as I have it. Are there questions for staff?
Just to speak. What does that mean? Does that mean he has questions?
Councillor Cole, are you okay just to speak, or do you have questions for staff?
Yes, I'll just speak.
Okay.
I'll just speak.
Oh, you have a motion. Okay. So Councillor Cole, you have a motion. So move your motion, speak, and I think there's a couple of other very short speeches.
Yeah, I have a couple of technical amendments that put up on the screen that have been prepared in cooperation with our planning staff.
Okay, got that one.
Okay. Okay. I think there's supposed to be two.
Just one? Two? Councillor Cole, the clerks only have one. Is it possible it was
okay?
a blended?
Maybe while I speak, maybe as they speak, as I speak, they could prepare, make sure that the two are there. Yeah. Okay. If I can start, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
Yeah. This is, much more than talking about a development application. As we deal with these development applications and building applications, but this is a very special place for me and for certainly the families. This is about housing, the Spencers of this world, the thousands of persons with development disabilities that have no place to live. Basically, they're in basements, they're in shelters, they're with aging parents. And so this is why this is much more than bricks and mortars. And I know one of the deputies talked about the importance of design guidelines and heights and angular planes and that. And as Councillor Carroll said, first of all that has been thrown out the window. If this ever goes to appeal, the new provincial guidelines, which say basically anything within 800 meters of a subway station. Well, this application is within 800 meters of 3 subway stations: the Lawrence West, Glencairn, Eglinton West, within walking distance of 3 subway stations. That's why it's such a perfect site for persons that don't drive that'll be living here. You know, one of the opposing viewpoints in the community was, well, it's going to mean more traffic. And I kept on telling people, there'll be no drivers here. There'll be staff that will be in and out, but nobody in the building will probably, except for a few exceptions, will own a vehicle. So then the height argument. This is too tall, as you know, we get this on every application. But, you know, directly across the street, there's an application for 35 stories. They're tearing down an 8-story building. They want 35 stories. You know, along the street, there's 24 stories, 24, 17, 18, 18, 18. And, you know, the applications are coming in now for 40 stories in the same community. And as Adam Brown pointed very succinctly, this is an apartment neighborhood. This was built in the 1970s, Cadillac Fairview, and then the old city of York. I think they put up about 15 towers here. So it's not out of place. And but it is in a good place in that it's within walking distance of subway stations. It's within walking distance of the York Beltline. And there'll be a new green park area created in behind this building that'll be of great value. And I just want to say that, you know, this took a lot of work over the last couple of years. I want to thank, obviously, Rena, Brian Keshen, and Gary Gladstone, and Adam Brown, who's doing this pro bono because he believes in the cause and the parents, what they're going through, and all the parents and the deputies that spoke today. You know, we worked with the mayor's office, and even Mayor Tory is very supportive of this. I want to special thanks to Jag Sharma, the executive director of TCHC, who allowed us to work cooperatively to share some of their driveway, which is without that cooperation from Toronto Community Housing, it couldn't have been done. So thanks to Jag Sharma. Also to the Housing Secretary, Amy Bond, the Open Door, and the C2K team. All these came together to basically put our money where our mouth is, you know, that the city is serious about providing affordable housing for those in need. And this is a good example of all the city's efforts coming to fruition to make this possible. And, you know, it's possible because also Rena got a $5 million donation, you know, from the Frankfurt family. So there's many people that came together to work on this. And really, it's a place where people who only have $500 a month towards rent can live. Where else are they going to find a place to live when you've got $500 a month set aside for rent? So again, there's countless reasons to support this. Certainly, again, there's going to be people that aren't happy, as we saw today.
All right, Councillor Cole, if you could wrap up, you're over 5 minutes. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm going to take the flack and let people. It's too high. We don't want it because providing housing for vulnerable people in an affordable way in this location is worth fighting for and standing up for. So I hope the rest of council will join me in saying that this is more than is a vital new addition to providing housing for people that are in great need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor Carroll, I believe you wanted to make a short comment.
Yeah, I felt I should follow up because of the because of my line of questioning. You know, I I should actually, maybe I should declare a conflict in dealing with this. Well, I live on the other side of town. One of those people living with autism in a basement is living in my basement, my 32-year-old daughter. And we live far enough away that I don't have to declare that. But when we look at the map of those buildings, and when we look at what is going to happen, what planning tries to do is make the best out of a planning regime that is moving too quickly. The population is arriving too quickly, and so we know we do have to build more housing, but the province is being rather ham-fisted about it in moving to the 800-meter circle and pushing harder and faster through the way they deal with any of our appeals that end up in OLT. But that being said, to look at this community and look at the intensification that is going on there, and then to say no to a building that will serve this purpose would be something I don't think anyone on this panel could live with. Knowing that we could say no, and RENA could flip the site, and the next applicant will apply to do the same, if not more, depending on what happens to the site across the street. And then that would be more market housing and more cars and an opportunity lost for people who desperately need it. Many people have mentioned they live in basements. They live in basements, and I think people go, "Oh, what's wrong with a basement? I live in a basement apartment." But it's important to remember what we're talking about here. We're talking about, and there are many challenges that RENA serves, but in the case of autism, saying to an adult, you're just going to stay living with your parents, and that means you're going to live in the basement, however lovely you make that basement apartment. Basically, what you're saying is your adulthood is a long, long journey with no friends. No friends. Because that's not the kind of housing an adult who wants to have friends and be a part of the community should really be in. It constrains the ability to do that. Because the neighbors around you are thinking, how old is she now? Why is she still walking up and down the street to the bus stop? And why is she still here? Why is she in the basement? Because often these challenges are invisible. And the fact that they're sort of living in the wrong place begins to create that wall around them. It's hard enough for them to socialize as it is because they sort of live parallel to us as opposed to directly socializing with us. But not to have the right housing, the kind of housing that allows them to appear as an adult living in the world, just adds to that isolation. And, you're lucky if the family pet is still around, and that's your friend. Great to have your parents, but your siblings grow up and move away, so it becomes you and your parents, and eventually you're helping your parents because they're aging, and then you become painfully aware every day that soon I'm not going to be able to live in this basement because my parents are going to be gone. And so starting down this road, embarking on this kind of housing, if we're going to intensify, the fact that we're bringing along the people who need this kind of housing in this kind of way is hugely exciting and groundbreaking, and means a revolution in terms of those people that are trapped in a basement because what they live on is ODSP, and it means that they're living not really even a part of society, just a part of the family, and that's as far as it goes for them. This makes them part of society. So if there is going to be intensification anyway in this neighborhood, that one of those buildings gets to be for these people, where they have windows above ground and feel like they're living an adult life. We cannot miss this opportunity. And so kudos to planning and Councillor Cole for being able to facilitate it in the amount of time they have, and for finding an operator to do this that we already know from the many sort of in situ single-family dwellings that RENA has run so well inside of subdivisions without complaint. we know that as we embark on this multi-residential, multi-height, we're dealing with an operator we can trust. And that cocktail is just unbeatable. We have to proceed. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I think I have a few comments, but much of what I was going to say has been said. But I just want to say that the only thing I don't like about this proposal is it's not in my ward, because it's so remarkable and so transformational, and this is exactly what we need. And you know, I whenever there's an invitation from the Rena family to come to one of their events, whether it's skating or ribbon cutting or some other event, I do my best to make it because they're a remarkable organization, and I understand that my ward has more Rena locations than any other, and I'm certainly proud to have them in my area. In fact, on my way to walking to the subway station, they wave on the porch. I don't think they know who I am, but they wave. It's a very friendly, family of adults who have exceptionalities and need the supports. And we know a family who has a child in Arena House, and it really kind of saved them in many ways to give their now older child, a really supportive, dignified way of living. And I can only say that, with Gary Gladstone and of course the volunteerism of Adam Brown and of course the other supporters, it's a wonderful network of people who really are passionate of what they do. And for them to have scored this home run on this facility is really quite remarkable. And I have no doubt, based on their management experience and their track record, that this will be a safe, nurturing environment, supportive, dignified, and respectful of the local community as well. So it has my full support. I'd like to thank the local councillor, as many have, for ushering this through. And of course, I look forward to the day when we can all gather, cut the ribbon, and celebrate the opening of this remarkable facility. So with that, I'll ask my colleagues whether anyone else wants to speak, and then we can put it to a vote. Any other speakers?
Mr. Chairman, a member, clarification, as Councillor Cole, it's just one motion, I've been told. So that one motion is fine.
Okay, so Councillor Cole has one motion. We'll vote on that, then we'll vote on the item as amended. So, Councillor Cole, you're moving your motion. Okay, it is on the screen. It looks like a technical amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried, and the item is amended.
Can we have a recorded vote, such an important issue?
Yes, we certainly can have a recorded vote on the item as amended. Yes. Okay. Yep.
This is our recorded vote on the item as amended. All in favor, please. Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Cole, Councillor Deputy Mayor Min Wong, Councillor Fillion. That carries unanimously.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you very much for that. And now we're on to item 5, 515 and 525 Chaplain Crescent. We have Suzanne McDonald as our sole deputant on this item. Councillor Carroll is just to remind me about lunch. I was going to suggest we cut it to half an hour, but what is the will of councillors?
Half an hour is fine with me, Councillor Cole.
Councillor Fillion, is that okay? You or no?
Can you hear me? My unmute button doesn't seem to be working. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
So I'm okay with it. I may have to do a Fletcher and be in the meeting from the car, moving from one place to another.
All right, well, do drive safely.
We'll explain to the gallery what doing a fletch is after we decide.
All right, so we've got Councillor Carroll here who's going to move do we need a motion to reduce lunch to half an hour? Okay.
We didn't ask if that's okay with clerks.
I did ask.
Because some of us are so freezing, we may need to just warm up.
Yes, I do need a parka.
You guys are okay? I'll move it if you're okay with it.
Okay, Councillor Carroll's going to move a motion to reduce lunch to half an hour, so we'll break from 12:30 to 1. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, so we'll break in about 12 minutes. Did we find Suzanne McDonald? We have Suzanne McDonald. Ms. McDonald?
Yes, good morning.
Oh, there you are. We see you too. Okay, thank you very much for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Suzanne McDonald. I am from SGL Planning and Design. I'm the planning consultant representing the applicant at 515-525 Chaplain Crescent. This file is a revision to a 2015 council-approved file. What's being proposed is a 66-unit rental addition to an existing building on the site. I really will be speaking briefly to you this morning. First and foremost, I wanted to thank city staff for their hard work on this file, in particular City Planner Eno Udok-Orok for her attention and assistance as we've worked through this process. And I would like to confirm that we are fully supportive of staff's recommendations as outlined in the report. I won't do a formal presentation just in the interest of time, but I am happy to answer any questions as needed. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff on the item?
Yes, it's Councillor Cole. We need a technical amendment here, do we not?
Madam Clerk, yes, clerks are ready with it. Do you need to ask any questions of staff, or did you just want to place the motion?
No, if I could speak and just put up the technical amendment?
Sure. Go ahead, Councillor Cole.
Yes, this is just to clear up some technical encumbrance here that staff recommended. So I'd like to support this technical amendment as required. Staff thought this would be suitable.
Okay.
Let this proceed. This is okay.
Mr. Chair, I didn't start the clock because I didn't fully take over your chair. So you may want to start the clock if Councillor Cole wants to speak to it. Yeah.
All right, Councillor Cole, you're going to speak to your motion? Councillor Cole? Are you done your speaking?
I guess so. Oh, no, he's frozen, I think. Oh, no, he blinked.
Councillor Cole, are you done?
I think he's done.
Okay, he's done. Did anyone else want to speak on the item? No? Okay, we'll vote on the motion and then the item is amended. If we could put the motion back on the screen.
Yeah, it was just section 37.
All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. The item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 6, a series of addresses on Yonge Street, a zoning bylaw amendment, rental housing demolition applications. I have one speaker on the item, a Craig Hunter. Oh, what do we got there? Oh, colleagues, a motion has just been advanced circulated on this item from Councillor Cole.
On item number 6?
The motion has a confidential attachment which is available for view on CM. Sorry, public attachment. Okay. Craig Hunter. Yeah, Craig?
Yes, good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. It is the afternoon. My gosh. Okay.
It is now.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thanks for joining.
almost to your lunch.
Yeah. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Chair, members of Community Council, my name is Craig Hunter. I'm with Triage Development Corporation, and we are representing the owners of the southwest corner of Yonge Street and Alexander Boulevard in the Lytton Park community of the north end of Yonge Eglinton Secondary Plan. Briefly, we want to advise Community Council that we're in support of City Planning's final report and recommendations. We're respectfully asking for your support and thank you for this opportunity. Over the past 2 years, we've closely worked with City Planning and other city staff to make many changes to our original proposal now before you. Highlights include expanding Snyder Parkette with an on-site public park dedication, expanding the landscaping and walkways around the park, around our building to improve its access and visibility, making numerous urban design changes to the proposal to the satisfaction of City Planning and Urban Design, internalizing all the vehicular parking, loading, and access to pick up and drop off inside the building, an issue for the community as well. Replacing the 31 existing apartment building rental apartments on the second and third floors to housing's satisfaction, and providing some additional capital through Section 37 for local community benefits, including public park, art, and streetscape expansions. Finally, and quite importantly, throughout our planning process, we've engaged and listened to issues important to the local Lytton Park Residents Organization, the LPRO, including a proposal to dismantle and salvage and restore the Alexander Park gates, which we did even in advance of the applications and have secured now with the Section 37. And we thank them for their continued interest, feedback, and respectful discussions. With that, I'm available for any questions, and thank you again for this opportunity. And we really appreciate the efforts of city staff throughout this planning process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter. Are there questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you, Mr. Hunter. Questions for staff? Speakers? Councillor Cole.
I have the motion that I think the clerk has that is required here. Yeah, and I would also, I know the developer didn't mention it, but I'd like to thank my staff for all the work they've done on this for the last 3 years, especially Lyndon McCarthy, who we preserved those Alexandra gates, and they're going to be restored. Thank you, Linda, for her babysitting of this application through all this process. It's a good mid-rise development. This part of Yonge Street up in the Lytton Park area. So I can support this application. It fits the area, and I think it's going to be a good addition to Yonge Street here with retail on the main floor. So I'll move the motion and move the...
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cole. Let's put the motion on the screen.
Yeah, I had a look at it. Yeah.
Okay, great. It's a technical amendment regarding Section 37 and a diagram change. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. The item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Next item is 31 Finch Avenue East and a series of addresses on Olive Avenue, official amendment and zoning amendment applications. I have no speakers on this item. There was one, but I believe this person is no longer speaking. Are there any speakers on this item? Item 8, 31 Finch Avenue East? No? Questions for staff?
Which one is this? Did you say we're doing Finch or
It's
Red Hat?
No, it's, okay. Let's finish 8, and then we'll go back to 7.
Sure.
I don't know why it's not on this. Okay, so
You may have caught Councillor Fillion by surprise, though, because
is he,
not in his chair.
he's not in the meeting. Okay, you know what, let's,
Better do 7.
in fairness, we'll hold item 8 down, and we'll go back to item 7, which is 241 Redpath Avenue. And I do not have any deputants on the item.
Actually, Councillor, like, you may want to just maybe start the lunch break. These 2 people have left their chairs thinking it's time. We can't really hold a vote.
Okay. All right. So I'm under enormous pressure to adjourn for lunch. It's
Some people voted with their feet, so.
There's going to be a sandwich riot soon. So we'll break for 30 minutes. We'll reconvene at 1 p.m. items?
I can go.
Okay. Counselor Fillion, you have some quick releases?
Yeah, 3346. Clerks have my motion.
Yes, pedestrian crossing protection, Senlac Road, south of York Cemetery, and funeral center access. That's the one?
Yep.
Okay, so if we put the motion on the screen, we can vote on it. Oh, there we go.
It's just a referral back to staff.
Oh, okay. No problem.
All right, motion on the screen. It's a referral of item 3346. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Counselor Fillion, you have another one?
3324, if we can, I'd like to refer that to the next meeting, just because I need some time to talk to staff about a possible motion.
Are you referring to the July 8th meeting?
Yes.
6125 Young Street? Is that 6125 Young Street?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, we need to say the item names for those watching TV. Yeah.
Yes, no, thank you.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to defer this to the special meeting on July the 8th. Is that the request?
Yes.
Okay, item 3324, 6125 Young and 10 Center, defer to the July 8th special meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Any more?
And I think that's all of mine. I don't think I have any left.
Councillor Cole, you've got a number of holds here. Are there any of these that you're prepared to release?
Yeah, I'll release the Glencairn Subway Station Planning Study, 3325.
Okay. All right, so no motions. We'll just move the item. All those in favor?
Yeah.
It's 3325 Glencairn Subway Station Planning Study. Councillor Cole is moving the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And you also have pedestrian refuge island, Ronald Avenue and York Beltline Trail. What are your plans with that one?
I'll release that also.
Okay, so 3335 pedestrian refuge island, Ronald Avenue and York Beltline. Councillor Cole is moving the item.
Yes.
Moving the staff racks.
Good one. What about Rainy Avenue?
All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And you have another one, Rainy Avenue?
Yeah.
Traffic.
Saying no.
You want to hold this?
I
It's 30.
have to get a hold of staff. So if I can hold on to that, I got to talk to staff about that.
Why didn't you refer it to the next meeting?
Oh, great. Yeah, no.
Okay.
You could defer to the next meeting, but that meeting is becoming increasingly congested.
Is it becoming, but if I talk to staff quickly, I may be able to clear it up and have it done before we finish.
Okay, try and reach staff. Okay.
James, I have some releases.
Oh, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah. 21 is the Dawnway.
Okay, 230.
It's a preliminary report.
Got it. Okay, 240, 230, 240, the John Way West, preliminary report.
Yeah, I have a non-controversial amendment.
Okay, clerk.
Staff have it.
Julie, you have his?
We'll decide whether it's non-controversial.
Everything's controversial around here.
Staff look at the heritage issues and the redevelopment plans, that's all.
All right. Yeah, pretty controversial there. Okay, so all those in favor of the motion? Opposed? That is carried and the item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
I have another one, James.
Great, okay.
I think it's item 49. It's a fence exemption on Fordham Crescent.
Yeah, I don't know why it's being held in my name. Yes, yep.
And there are no deputants on that. Are there, James?
Oh.
A speaker registered this
Yeah,
morning.
no, it looks like,
Did they?
Yeah, there was a last minute speaker.
Okay, well, there you go. I tried.
Okay.
Are they there still? Because if they're,
I don't know if they're here. We can check.
okay, well, fair enough. We'll leave it till it comes up.
Okay, so let me figure out where we were at here. So we skipped over number 7 in deference to Councillor Fillion. We were on number 8, and I believe we were on speakers. For number 8, 31 Finch Avenue East, and 32, 36, and 38 Olive Avenue. So.
Sure, James, before you go forward on that, I've got are we expecting to go past 6 o'clock?
Well, Councillor Fillion is leaving at 4:45, and I have to leave at 5:45.
4:30.
The way things are looking now, though, I think we're in reasonable shape to finish by late afternoon if we can keep things moving.
Yeah, let's see what we can do in 3
I
hours.
just wanted to let you know I've got an event in the evening, and I'll have to leave around 6 o'clock. So I just wanted to let you know about that.
Yeah, that's exactly my problem. I have
Okay.
an event in the evening, so we'll lose
Excuse
quorum.
me, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
It's Councillor Robinson speaking. I also have a graduation at 5 p.m. and so I'll have to leave at 4:30 to get to that graduation.
Congratulations, Jay.
Sorry?
Congratulations.
Pardon?
Congratulations.
It's not mine. It's in the ward.
All right, I leave her
Okay,
alone.
let's see what we can do by 4:30 by not
Okay,
clowning
so-
around.
So by my calculation, we'll lose.
Can I ask, did you jump over at 7? 33.7?
I did. We're going back to it. So,
Okay.
by my calculation, we'll lose quorum by about 4:30, 5 o'clock. So we've got to really roll for the next few hours.
Yeah.
So,
Let's do 7 because Fillion's missing now.
okay, so 241 Redpath. I don't have any deputants on the item. Are there questions for staff?
No, but I will move staff recommendations to adopt with, it's very unfortunate that I have to move this to demolish rental. It's really, this is what's happening now at Yonge and Eglinton. And this is heartbreaking to move this motion, but I'm left with no choice but to move it. So I'll be moving staff recommendations.
Okay, on item 33-7, 241 Redpath Avenue, Councillor Robinson is moving staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 31 Finch Avenue East, that's right, that's Fillion's, and he is en route?
Yes, he's on.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, you're there. So.
I stuck around so we could get to this, sorry.
Okay, so I believe we did not have, did not have deputants, and we did not have questions for staff, so now we're on speakers.
So I'm moving the staff recommendations. There was an additional motion that came in from legal. I don't know if clerks have that as an amendment or have incorporated it.
All right, we see it on the screen here. Everyone's had a look. So all those in favor of the amendment? Opposed? That is carried. The item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
Number 9.
Number 9, 228 to 232 Finch Avenue West. We do have a speaker, Joanna Fast. Yeah, okay, she's on the line.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Joanna. Thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'll keep my presentation very brief. I only signed up to answer any questions that Community Council might have on these applications. I understand that I'm the only registered speaker. We're in support of the staff report and staff recommendations. And so if you have any questions, would be pleased to answer them for you.
Great, thank you very much. That certainly was brief. You are the applicant?
Oh, sorry, yes, I'm the agent. I'm with Evans Planning.
The agent for the applicant. Okay. All right, fair enough. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you, Joanna, for joining us. Are there questions for staff? I don't see any. Speakers?
I'll move staff recommendations.
Okay. Yes, I've got some commentary over here. Okay, staff recommendations moved on 33-9, 228 to 232 Finch Avenue West. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. 33-14, we do have 2 speakers on that item. An Alan McKellar. Well, thank you for your patience. And thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Is the mic on?
Yes. Is it or is it not on?
It is now. Thank you very much. I am the chair of the Winford Concord Residents Group. We support responsible development in our community. You may remember that back in 2015, there was a development proposal for 175 Winford Drive. An amendment came to the zoning bylaw, and that was a result of an agreement in the working group with good discussions between the owner, the planners from the city, and the community members. We recognized that there were going to be high rises, and therefore 30 and 36 stories were part of the package. Also part of the package, because we entered into good discussions, was a public children's playground, because there was nothing in the community. If there's any question about how the community feels about the developments in our area, there was a community consultation on the 30th of April 2019, where an overflow crowd of over 300 people listened to the presentations and voiced their disgust. I have to say that here in the working group for 175, there was no discussion. The proposal contains so many large differences with the city's planning guidelines that one cannot be surprised with the staff recommendations here. The height, the density, and the traffic are major problems. People who live in the community like the existing tower in the park configurations. They recognize that some changes are going to be necessary for new developments. We proposed and you accepted a focused area study for the Winford Concord area, approved last year. Unfortunately, it has not even begun yet. We would hope that the focused area study would establish principles for appropriate development. Number one, a real traffic study, a comprehensive one, needs to be done for the area and has not been done. There's only one road in and one road out. That's Winford Drive. We are bounded by the Don Valley Parkway, Eglinton Avenue, and the Don Valley East. We need resources for recreation and social facilities. Also important is a risk management study and disaster planning. We feel hemmed in. You have received a submission by Jeff Norris, who lives in Winford Concord area, and it outlines specifically the problems that are potentially inherent in our area. We support the motion that staff has brought to the council today. The community expects the city to strongly defend its planning principles, to do a comprehensive traffic study and assessment of risks and possible disasters.
All
We
right,
look forward.
if you could,
Yeah, I'm just on my
up?
last point.
okay, thank you.
We look forward to working with the city to create a positive environment where existing and new residents can live, work, and play in safety. Thank you very much.
Mr. McKellar, just for clarity's sake, you're down for two deputations. One is item 3314, which is 1 to 3 Concord, and the other item is 175 Winford Drive. It seems to me that you might have been speaking to Winford Drive.
I spoke to both.
So, all right, okay, so. do
I
you
spoke
consider
to
you-
both.
Okay, fair enough. Do you consider your deputations for both items complete?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I was really getting at.
If you don't say, yeah, it's same problem for both.
Okay, any other questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Richard McFarland? Yeah, Mr. McFarland?
Yes,
Okay, thank you very much. You have 5 minutes.
I am ready. Thank you very much, Chairman Pasternak and members of council. Thank you for your patience. I'm pleased to be here and thank you for inviting me. I've been in Concord Place for the last 8 years, having moved from the famous.
Thank you very much for that. The famous and infamous Yonge and Eglinton Canada Square area, Chaplin, in which I lived 20 years across Memorial Park Junior Public School. Now, I've spent thousands of hours, till 3 in the morning sometimes, reading documents, reviewing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and I do meeting minutes like nobody. That's what my transcript's going to look like if we go to the Ontario Land Tribunal. 150 pages typed, including case law, many biographies of all the participants and parties. Look out if we go to the OLT, because this will be my 16th and 17th OLT hearing in about 20 years. Now, first thought, there's a loophole in the planning process. Time and time again, you see on the front page of these hearings, application to amend the zoning bylaw, refusal or neglect to make a decision, council's failure to make a decision, neglect to enact a proposed amendment, over and over again. There's been a 167% increase in planning applications from year 2019 to 2021. That's substantial. At one point, under Jennifer Keesmaat's tenure, 52 city planning positions were left unfilled. That's too much to bear. My recommendation is you get funds to get more planners in so you don't come up with this 90 and 120-day lapse, and it's a loophole for the developer to go to the OLT. This city is becoming an appeal city for planning, and it needn't happen. The second point I'm going to make, the public consultation virtual meetings were very well done overall, but they're limited. And hats off to Marion Pridgell, the senior planner. She did write a very strong report, but one thing she really didn't quite get into was how many people tried to get into those virtual meetings. I kept track. And there were 182 participants, 168 attendees, 14 panelists. Over 350 actually were at the virtual hearing or meeting, the consultation meeting of May the 3rd. And yet there were over 300 that tried to get in and couldn't, were muted, had difficulties with the Cisco website. This has to be explicitly identified in future meetings because, for instance, 175, March 4, 2021, there were over 200 people that tried to get in the door and couldn't get in the door. Why doesn't the city planner identify the numbers of people who tried to get in and couldn't? Because that tells people how many people are upset or want to speak or couldn't speak, but it gives you the level of participation, which you would have if it was in person, like Japanese Cultural Canadian Centre, as Alan McKellar mentioned. Actually, my tally, there were 500 of us there. They couldn't put enough chairs in. We lined around the room, and they asked a question. I want to do an audience poll. How many people here want this development to go ahead? No one put their hand up. Then he said, now, how many people are against this development going ahead? Every single person raised their hand to very loud applause. So virtual meetings are great, but you have to keep improving the process. 2 or 3 recommendations. Please have a look at the High Park character designation, bylaw 1230-2018 for the High Park neighborhood. That's a great example of limiting development and opening up the percentage of public realm and open space. They minimize, they reduce the height maximum to 30 stories in the area, and it was approved based on the High Park neighborhood area character study in May 2018. I highly recommend that a similar approach be made to the focused area study, as Alan mentioned. I might add that for years, the Young Eglinton Focus Review Group tried to get a strata plan in. We stayed up till 20 to 1 in the morning that day. They had a birthday party for Councillor Joe Mahevic. And motion to continue the meeting, said Howard Moscow. Approved. Do you know that if they hadn't approved it, John Fillion had to be excused because his father passed away. If they had held it to the next morning, we would have had strata plan approved. Because they extended it to 20 to 1 in the morning, one of the most crucial pieces of legislation,
if you could,
it was
your
refused.
5 minutes. Your 5
Now,
minutes is up.
2 or 3 things.
Oh, no, less than that.
Not too many.
No,
sir.
No, you're out. You're well over 5 minutes.
All right, I'm so sorry. I agree with Alan that there's a critical need for the traffic study, and there's also a need to evaluate those projects together. Why not have one hearing? It sounds impossible, but you have 175 down the street, and then another year you're going to have a hearing for Concord Gate and Concord Place. You'll save yourself a $500,000 in legal fees. And that's what I have to say, and thank you very much.
All right, well, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the deputant? Councillor Carroll?
Yes, but I guess I'll start at the end. Are you aware you're in the wrong room to say why not have one hearing? You're in the wrong room to say that.
I'm aware of that,
You
Shelley.
get that.
I'm aware. I'm aware.
You're right, but due to the legalistic way in which things are registered, we often have said, why don't we consolidate these? I want to go back to earlier in your deputation, though, in terms of dealing with these. You know that we're recommending opposition today. Is the community prepared to be involved in a working group that looks at, I know you say that 500 people put up their hand and said, no, they don't want this development. But given that, we know the planning regime of the provincial planning policy.
Yes.
We know that both of these are considered within range of major transit stations. Would the community, if we're opposing but continuing to work on a solution, does the community understand that they'll be working towards not full opposition, nothing happens, but they'll be working towards what can happen here, and we've got to come to some agreement on what can happen? Do they understand that that's the outcome under the provincial planning policy in your view?
Well, I see where you're coming from, Shelley. I mean, it's almost impossible now. We're at the mercy of the province. I know that. In fact, Councillor Mike Cole, interestingly, on one of the virtual meetings, said a previous speaker didn't understand OPA 405 and the consequences. And I thought, Mike, you're talking to somebody who's been involved in over 20 years. I do understand, but I didn't have a chance to do a rejoinder to Mike, and that's one of the sort of downsides of virtual meetings. You can't come back at a statement to explain what you just offered. I think what I hear, Councillor Carroll, is that the community is willing to have some kind of a compromise. But to me, Shelley, with all due respect, the Crosslink site is your best site. And to me, the growth plan is overcooked. It's overcooked at Yonge and Eglinton. It's overcooked here. And the financial backers, quite frankly, are $1 billion pension company here and $1 billion pension company at Yonge and Eglinton. And to me, it's more than about the $1 billion financial backers. And that's why, part of the reason why the community is so upset is that there's got to be a compromise here, Shelley, because the wind shear effect, the turmoil with 3,000 extra cars, you're not going to get 60-year-old to go walking down to the LRT station. I don't care how many meters it is and the circle drawn around. Lawyers have argued that circle around transit stations. Adam Brown did it, Sherman Brown, I challenged him. There are so many lawyers. Bruce Engel of We're Fools, I challenged him. They're always arguing, well, we're close to a transit station, therefore it's okay. It isn't okay. It should be based on good planning principles, not the proximity per se of a transit station, or because the 9 towers and plus 3 towers at Don Valley Hotel, you're talking thousands of extra people within a quarter mile. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I quite agree. But when you say it's not okay, that to me is a subjective term. The fact is, what applies is the provincial policy statement. And the provincial policy statement is where that circle concept comes from. So, and I'm not even picking on a party, because that's been the case for a long time.
Yeah.
It was 500 meters, now it's 800 meters. So one circle joins up with the next before it even gets. There's no rest between stations even.
Yeah.
And you're right, it's overcooked in our view, but it is also what we are actually sworn to try and marry our city policies to. That they have to, that our staff have to speak to city policies, and they have to speak to its compliance with provincial policy statement. So knowing that that's the constraint, I'm just wondering for the local councillor, while we're directing city staff to oppose, we also have to direct them to try and work out what is possible here. And it's always great if the community can stay at that table, but there's no point in being at that table unless you understand that under the provincial policy statement, something will happen. The option of zero will happen is not on the table.
Well, most people understand that. They've been in,
Well, that's all I need to know. Because as long as I understand that, they can continue to be part of the discussion, I think. And that's the best result you could hope for.
Here's a quick one. I said you shouldn't have a terminal
Okay.
at Yonge and
If you
Eglinton, should
wanna-
have it at
No.
Don
If you
Mills.
want to take it offline,
Thank you
that's
very
great,
much.
but.
Sorry.
Okay. Thanks very much. I have no other speakers on 3314, 1 to 3 Concord. Deputy Mayor, we can go to questions for staff. You can go to speakers. Do you have any motions on the item?
I just have one question to staff.
Okay, questions for staff. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, just on recommendation 1, it says oppose the application and continue discussions with the applicant in an attempt to resolve outstanding issues. Will the local councillor be involved in that? And if there's a potential settlement, will it come back to? Will you be seeking instructions from council?
Yes, if a settlement does come forward.
Sorry, I can't hear the staff member. I'm sorry for that.
Oh, can you hear me now?
That's better.
Yeah. Okay.
That's better.
Staff, could you just introduce yourself? I can't.
Oh, sorry. Marion Burgell, Community Planner.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes, sorry about that. I forgot to put on my video. If there is a settlement that is achieved, a report will come forward to council, depending on what that settlement is, whether it's without prejudice or a with prejudice settlement.
Sorry, whether it's without prejudice or what?
Or a with prejudice settlement. But
it will come to council.
Yes, it will come to council eventually, if a settlement is achieved.
Yeah, I got it. That's my only question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
And I'd just like to briefly speak to it.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Are there any other questions for staff? If not, we can move right to speakers. Deputy Mayor, to speak?
Yeah, just very briefly, I think staff have got the recommendations correct. The community has a lot of problems with this application. Its size, its density. This is as one of the deputies said, this is an application where, as I refer to it, the property owner comes in for seconds. So, I think a lot of councillors might see this in their wards. There's something that's already approved and it's not good enough and they come in for more. So the community actually worked really hard for,
All right.
I think there was an application. So what happened was an application was approved. This is thirds. Then there was a committee of adjustment application to get more. Then they sold the property again. And now the current applicant is coming in for even more. Like, what type of nonsense is that in terms of the process? You can't rely on a decision. And I think that's one of the reasons why people are getting mad. In this case, this is a case where the applicant is trying to squeeze as much in as they can. The heights are stunning compared to what's already there. And the podium is very thick. There's not enough space for anything to happen, and there's concrete everywhere. And I could go on, but I won't. It says I've spoken 8 minutes. It doesn't feel like that. But what I will say is I support the staff recommendations, and I would like to congratulate the working group. They worked very, very hard on this and did some really good work and did some really good analysis. So they should take some credit. They should be happy that they had an impact in terms of influencing the planning staff to come forward with this report. So with that, I'm happy to move the staff recommendations.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other speakers on the item? Councillor Cole?
Can't hear you. Mike, we can't hear you.
Mike, I think you're muted.
I'm getting there. I am.
Oh, there you are.
Sorry. Yeah,
okay,
thanks.
Great.
Yeah, I'd like to support the deputy mayor. He hit the nail on the head, basically saying that the pattern is so blatantly clear. They get approval for one application, they come back, flip it, and then come back for another. I had one at Duplex and Eglinton where they got approval for, I think they got 34, then they came back for 39, then they came back again and applied for 65. Then we went to the Vatican there, the Ontario Land Tribunal, and we got, I think, down to 59. And you try to explain that to the community. You know, the community, like everybody in the city, is basically flabbergasted by the speed of planning changes that have never happened before in Ontario history. This has all happened in the last 5 years. It's, you know, legislation after legislation, like in 108, 109, OPAs, everything is happening at once. And so when you try to explain the complexity of this process to citizens who are busy working and living, it is extremely difficult. As the deputy said, I think Mr. Keys, I think was his name, I think he is gratefully has spent so much time trying to get involved in dealing with this type of community information about this, you know, tsunami of changes, the planning. So, and you know, I think the deputy mentioned, well, the developers are using the time delay as a loophole to basically appeal everything. Well, as you know, in Bill 109, they also passed a new amendment, which the city is going to get fined hundreds of thousands of dollars if they don't meet the 90 days now. That's unheard of. And, you know, as Greg Lintern said, it's, you know, like pizza planning. You know, you can't just approve these complex applications like this one here rapidly, because every city department's got to comment on it. And then planners. I think they talked about the shortage of planners. Well, many planners don't want to work in Toronto. You know, they're in fact, we're losing planners because they, in Toronto, if you're a planner, you spend all your time in court to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And then why stay in Toronto when you can go to Burlington or you can go to Niagara Falls, make 25% more money, and deal with you know, 3-story buildings and community centers. Where in Toronto, you're dealing with this incredible volume of complex planning applications that tax. So we can't get staff. We don't pay them enough, and they won't even apply. We used to get hundreds of people, I've been told by planning staff, apply for positions. Because again, the complexity of the work here in Toronto, and they've got alternatives. And so we're being poached by York Region and all the GTA. We're losing planners. We can't fill senior positions. And so that's the reality of the challenge we face. And the public really has a hard time keeping up to all these changes. You know, my own ward, as I told you before, I've got 80 development applications before me right now. Luckily, we had a good one today. You know, the Arena Foundation, you know, 19-story, finally something that's affordable, great need. And, but, you know, how does a community handle 80 applications in one ward and keep abreast of these 80 applications? I mean, never mind the community and planning staff, my own staff, you know, they say, well, wow, in Etobicoke, there's a couple of wards where they have 3 planning applications. Maybe I should go work for the councillor in Etobicoke. Whereas here, my staff is dealing with 80. I know Councillor Robbins is probably in the same boat. Councillor Minnan-Wog is seeing more and more. It is unfair what's happening to the public, and
All right.
nothing is being done about it. And the last thing I'll say,
Councillor
Councillor Carroll has said, yeah, these are important issues.
Yeah, I realize
Councillor
that.
Carroll
but
said.
No, I of course they're important issues. It's just that you're over 5 minutes. We're gonna like, what can I say? We're gonna lose quorum by late afternoon.
Just very briefly, though.
So no, thank you, Councillor Cole. We get the point you're making. Just for clarity's sake, maybe it's just me, but are speakers just kind of drifting between 1 to 3 Concord Gate and 175 Winford, kind of jumping back and forth? Because important they're separate votes and separate files.
They are, but if you let me go, so explain.
Okay, can we just,
They're James, they're
yeah.
different applications with similar characteristics.
Yeah, I understand. No, I'm not going to mention names, but there's someone calling us saying mixing up the two could have some repercussions later. Okay, so we have, our last speaker is Councillor Carroll.
So, yes, I should be leaving it to the local councillor to fill in the blanks there for you. We understand. We fully understand that we're dealing with two different items here, but there's no way to speak about one without speaking to the other. 4,000 units of housing on one side of a street, which is, by the way, a minor. I'm not talking about between two different sides of Eglinton. These are two different sides of like a little sort of island type of subdivision that started out as a wonderful mix of housing and professional A-class office space. It was a wonderful mix. That's how it started, with a couple of lovely cultural centers sprinkled in. I know it intimately because my dad worked for McDonald's, so he just, it's clear to me why you have to talk about them both together, and I'm sure that that's been a massive challenge for the local councillor. But I just wanted to add to this what we heard from the planner in asking the chief planner to council, and I hope people understand this. We don't think it's any kind of accident that despite all the things that had to shut down, our provincial government chose not to shut down any of the deadlines around planning, put pressure on municipalities to keep construction going, to keep the planning process going, to figure out some way to do it, so that we ended up doing something that is very iterative and therefore really needs a room, and made it go virtual. That is a gift to developers everywhere. They love virtual meetings. The only solace our chief planner once said, part of me wonders if just taking every postage stamp piece of land they own and putting the applications through now to take advantage of the virtual era, whether they're planning to build next year or not, they just don't want to be in the Inn on the Park ballroom with 1,500 people like you could do in the days of Shops at Don Mills. And so here we find ourselves with a working group trying to do their work, trying to meet deadlines, planning trying to meet deadlines, ending up having to refuse huge numbers of applications they know they're going to have to make settlements on at some point, because there's no way to meet the deadline when you know in all good conscience that you haven't done enough with the local councillor and his or her community yet. But the fact the province pressured us to keep going anyway just speaks to the fact that as far as they're concerned, the provincial policy statement trumps all, and the provincial policy statement it's called Places to Grow for a reason. That's their plan. and it's their world, we're living in it, is sort of their approach at the moment. That's why they wiped out Midtown and Focus and other situations like that. But that's why I asked the questions I asked. Does the community understand that if your working group continues to be part of the conversation, you got to find ways to make it about what can we live with here? Because it's just comical to look at the orange drawings on either 175 Winford or the Concord Place and Concord Gate forest of towers. They look like cartoons. And so certainly something has to give, and I think they know it. But what they would love is for you to give up on the virtual process and go away. So I ask my questions because I think the best thing you could do for Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong is to don't go away. Stay in it and be part of the conversation and figure out what does happen here as a result of Crosstown. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
James, I just need to kind of speak again, and I'll be brief, because I mixed up 175 and 1 and 3 Concord Gate So this is 1 and 3 Concord Gate. This one's a little bit different. This one's kind of really gross. Well, both of them are very bad.
Okay,
So
we
1 and
didn't
3
combine
Concord
the
Gate.
items, so yeah, people are getting a little confused.
No, and we shouldn't, because they're 2 separate applications. 1 and 3, and they're 2 different sets of recommendations. 1 and 3 Concord Gate is a
All right,
parking lot with a
go.
commercial building on it. I'm just
Right.
going to speak just briefly.
Okay, just so
very
people
briefly.
understand. Very briefly.
There was an application. There was an application to construct 2 towers on a podium around 32 stories, and this is again coming in for seconds. That turned into 9 buildings. They sold it to Fengate. Turned into 9 buildings, towers. And you can understand how upset the residents are, and so this is to oppose that application. So I just wanted to make the community council aware. It's a very bad application. It's not appropriate for that area, and it's really gonna be completely inappropriate for being able to service the area, and the traffic and congestion are just going to be horrible, and there aren't enough community services. So I'll just add that, and once again I'll move the recommendations that were put forward by the planning staff.
So just very briefly, I'm wondering if Councilman Wong thinks we should blame this on Mike Harris or Doug Ford.
I think that there's enough blame to go around for everybody. I mean, Mr. Chair, through you, there's a lot of people like to point a lot of fingers to a lot of different governments, and I just think that, the Conservatives should take some responsibility. The Liberals say, oh, well, we got rid of the OMB, but the OLT is not much better, and I don't think the decision structure is any better. I just think there's a whole lot of blame to go around. There's a whole lot of blame to go around for all governments for this situation.
Yes, no,
Interesting spin on that. But
Yeah,
I'll
no,
leave it.
there's lots of blame to go around. I mean, the backstory to all of this is the shrinkage of council, because there's no way that 25
Mr.
councillors
Chair,
can handle this. Huh?
I'd love to have a great discussion on this if the councillor would like, but I don't think that this meeting is the one to have it in.
Let's have a debate.
Yes,
We'll have a
no,
debate.
yeah, no, we can't debate it. We're on deadline here, but yeah, I mean, the backstory to all of this is the loss of 19 seats back in 2018, and there's no way individual councillors can handle the volume of files that are coming to their desks. So that is part of the problem here. And the other thing, I appreciate the working groups, but my joke around the office is I am on so many working groups I can't get any work done. Anyway, so we're done with 3314, where there's no motions. Let's, Deputy Mayor Minna-Wong has moved the recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 15, 175.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think Mr. McKellar said that he spoke on that item already. I don't know if he wants to speak again, and I've already spoken on it.
Yeah.
So if you'd like, we can just move staff report.
Yeah, so unless there's questions for staff, I'll go right to the local councillor. Deputy Mayor, if you want to move the item, we can vote on it.
Yeah, I spoke on this before. That was the one where they came in for third helpings, and just continue to build and build. And I don't know, maybe they'll, if they lose this application, they'll sell it to somebody else and they'll come in for even more. Who knows? But right now, I'm just happy to move the staff report and take this to the OLT.
Okay, well, good luck up there. The recommendations are being moved by Deputy Mayor on 3315. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 3316, we have 2 speakers, and Andrea Zabna. Zabna? She's on the line? Okay, Andrea?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, dear Presternik and members of council, my name is Andrea Zabani, and I'm a board member of the York Mills Leslie Residents Corporation. First of all, I'd like to applaud Richard McFarland's comments. We're very pleased to hear what he had to say. To continue, I support the staff recommendations to strongly oppose this application at the Ontario Land Tribunal. I also wanted to bring up a couple of items that have not been highlighted in the report. Our serious concerns were brought up 2 years ago. Only about 2 months ago, the developer presented the revision with the reduced tower heights, reshuffled, we got rid of that, reshuffled the podium and its extensions, the mass, the built form, and packed it all up and made the towers wider. The net result was a mere 6% reduction in units. Just closing my phones here. Sorry, I lost my space here. Right, so and within a week, it had appealed to the OLT. So we find this appalling. First Capital owns a substantial amount of land on York Mills Road from Leslie Street all the way to Don Valley Parkway. It's also a profit-making, self-interested company that mainly deals with commercial developments and likely not to be terribly attuned to single home and residential environments. The application on these two lots is extremely aggressive. It targets the southeast portion of the York Mills and Leslie intersection, which is the only residential pocket on the east side of Leslie. It was annexed from the adjoining residential neighborhoods and from Councillor Jay Robinson's ward on the west side. I'm sorry. The residential neighborhoods were separated, but all of the school attachments areas remained in the previous ward. These are the effects of short-term political gains and poor planning. The approval of such development automatically implies the destruction of over 50 tall mature trees, some on private land. The tree canopy here must be protected as it mitigates at least some of the negative impacts of the proposal in terms of privacy, light pollution, construction pollution, and mental health. Next, considering this intersection is surrounded by employment lands, we think that it's absolutely necessary. And we are asking for a local area and environment study, a specific local area and environmental study for the following issues: the water table in the area, the grading and ground elevation of the two lots in question, and the abutting residential properties on the south, which was originally level. Also, the uncertainty of the lot at 799 York Mills Road at the corner. We want to know about the effects of many new and future developments all along York Mills and Leslie and Bayview Avenue. Finally, the traffic flow management problems at the corner have not really been fully dealt with. The government has a significant role in protecting the public good. And to this effect, we would like city planning and to independently fulfill its obligations and to do its due diligence fairly and responsibly. Don Mills is Canada's first ever planned community set up in the 1950s, where planners took care to favor the residents' lives with single-family homes close to stores, schools, gas stations, and so forth. As a matter of interest, we have a couple of the original owners living amongst us, one of them being the university roommate of Macklin Leslie Hancock, the area's chief urban planner. Our neighborhoods are unique with winding streets, giant bungalow homes, quaint bungalow homes, not giant, towering trees and parks. An important fact is that our bylaws in this particular neighborhood only allow 25% lot coverage, one of the few such areas in all of GTA. That is why we have lots of green space and makes our neighborhood unique and continues to keep its character. Families have moved into the area for this exact reason. We cherish and appreciate the special natural environment that it creates. We need to preserve the unique character of neighborhoods, especially the first ever planned community in North America. Thank you, Chair and members. We appreciate your time in this important matter.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Grant McDonald? Mr. McDonald?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Great. I'll keep my remarks brief. I wanted to echo what Andrea said. Thanks to the chair and to the members, of course. I wanted to strongly support the staff recommendation report on this item. The report highlights the main problems with this proposal that make it wholly unsuitable to this location, in our opinion. And we ask that the city solicitor and city staff attend the OLT hearing to oppose the application vigorously. As I mentioned, just a quick rhetorical thing. To the point that some of you were making earlier with respect to the seizing of more and more control at the provincial level by the OLT, directly or indirectly by the developers, the rhetorical question I have for you folks is, how do we in Toronto, as people who are, I would argue, most qualified and most motivated to actually make these judgments about how the city develops, how do we take back some of that control such that the people who actually care about the city, us, have at least some measure of control or a greater measure of control over the buildings that get put up and so on. The one thing that I did want to point out, and others have raised it with respect to previous developments, is the whole notion that, and the city planning's study outlines this, but I think it understates the major problem that this intensification at 801 is not appropriate for an area so poorly served by transit. In fact, it's 2.6 kilometers away from a transit station, which is over triple the minimum 800-meter distance cited by the city planning and raised by the province. So, clearly that makes it far outside any sort of circle of proximity that you would think would make a project of this size and density that would make it plausible or acceptable. I should underscore that the subway line to Yonge Street is over 4 kilometers away, and the LRT at Eglinton is also over 4 kilometers away, and of course we don't know when that's going to be up and running. But my point being is, as we talk about this 800-meter circle, this location is over triple that distance with an FSI of approaching 4 when the precedent in this area is only 2.0. So I would suggest by all of these measures that something of this size and scope makes no sense in an area that's so poorly served by transit. And with that, I'll hand it back to you folks.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay, thank you very much. Questions for staff? Councillor Carroll?
Can I just ask a quick question? Because this is starting to pop up everywhere. The deputant is right, and I'm sure that the community, the local councillor has heard this in spades. But this is kind of bananas because it is so far from any kind of proposed higher order transit. There's really never going to be anything at the corner of Leslie and York Mills but buses. Does that come into play in terms of the provincial policy statement when we get to the OLT? Is it possible to argue this on the basis of, in terms of your places to grow, this isn't the place you were talking about?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The site, councillor, is designated mixed use.
Yes.
It is not within a major transit station area or within 500 to 800 kilometers of a subway station. Staff have worked with the applicant, and the community has worked through working groups to bring down the height and the density through the original proposal. Staff still have concerns with sort of the scale and massing with the project as is. Yes, you're correct. You're not within the 800 to 500 meters. There is bus service to either the Yonge line or the Shepherd line, and the site is designated mixed use area as well. It's not a redesignation. It's a rezoning on the site.
Oh, okay. So then, in terms of the revision, it actually is getting warmer, though. It is actually gets into the realm of it with some more compromise. It gets to within what's the official plan compatible because they're avenues. Leslie and York Mills.
I would say warmer, not there yet.
Yeah.
There's also a recommendation, I believe, in the report about TDM measures to bring down sort of single occupancy, single trips, and provide other modes of travel as well. So there is still some work to be done.
I see. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for staff? Speakers? Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong?
I'll move staff recommendations.
Okay, staff recommendations moved. Any other speakers? Councillor Robinson, is that a yes vote or is that to speak?
Speak briefly.
Okay, Councillor Robinson?
Thank you. Yeah, I fully echo Councillor Minnan-Wong's speech, which was right on the money, right on the mark. I couldn't agree with it more. And just to refer to Councillor Carroll's questions, she talked about there only being buses in that area. She missed one word. And the word she missed was full buses, jam-packed buses, pre-COVID anyway, buses that people have to wait to get on the buses at that intersection when I was battling a development in the northwest corner of that intersection. So I couldn't be more behind the local councillor on this. My residents have also been actively involved, and there's already a transit issue there, and this is going to cause more issues. So I'm happy to see staff's position, and thank you very much to city staff, planning staff particularly, for their hard work on this.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Any other speakers on the item? Okay, I think Deputy Mayor moves staff recs. Is that correct? Yes? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Now moving over to item 3332. We do have a deputant, Sean Soo-Young Kim. And we have him on the line. Yes? Mr. Kim?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
There you are. Yep, thanks for joining us.
Yep.
You have 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name is Sean Kim, and I am a resident of 112 Castle Grove. I will be making 5 points on this particular issue. Number one, the proposed bill 593 is against the wills and wishes of the community. The proposed bill plans to change existing parking regulations on 26 properties on Castle Grove Boulevard. If you refer to my letter to council dated June 27, 2022, I have enclosed petitions from 16 signatures comprising of 13 properties on Castle Grove Boulevard and 1 property on Mission Drive who are opposed to the bill. This petition shows that at least 50% and possibly more of the properties on Castle Grove Boulevard whose properties are affected by this bill are opposed to the proposed changes that are contained in the bill. Number two, Bill 593 can increase the number of vehicle and pedestrian related accidents on Castle Grove Boulevard. Many community members have expressed concern over Bill 593 that will permit vehicle parking on Castle Grove Boulevard during arrival and dismissal times of the Senator O'Connor College School. Permitting vehicle parking will draw more vehicles to Castle Grove Boulevard, an already busy roadway that acts as a thoroughfare in the Parkwoods community and can increase the number of vehicle and pedestrian related accidents on the roadway. Number three, Castle Grove Boulevard is a thoroughfare in the Parkwoods community and requires efficient traffic flow. As the report notes, the daily two-way traffic volume on Castle Grove Boulevard is approximately 1,000 vehicles, and many vehicles use the roadway to travel to and from Victoria Park Avenue. Community members point out that in addition, the report mentions that the current prohibitions of parking was likely intended to prevent parking by students at the school, but community members point out that in addition to this, the current prohibition is intended to promote efficient traffic flow on Castle Grove Boulevard, and any vehicles parked on Castle Grove Boulevard can impede efficient traffic flow. Number four, so despite being a thoroughfare, Castle Grove Boulevard has a relatively short pavement width of approximately 8.5. As the report notes, Castle Grove Boulevard is a two-lane roadway with pavement width of approximately 8.5 meters. And despite being a thoroughfare, the pavement width is relatively short, and it would be a challenge to accommodate parking on the roadway during arrival and dismissal times of the college school while ensuring traffic flow. And finally, number 5, the pandemic is changing traffic patterns, and the City of Toronto is still in a transitory phase as the economy opens up. As you know, the COVID-19 pandemic has upended many people's lives, and as a result, traffic patterns are changing in the neighborhood and also within the City of Toronto. It is not too late to revisit this issue once the economy has fully opened up and traffic patterns become more predictable. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions for the deputant? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Questions for staff? Speakers?
Yeah, I'll speak, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
I'm gonna move this over to the, if I might. I know it's really full, but I'm gonna defer this to the next meeting of Community Council. Let me explain why. We sent this information out to the community and we asked for their feedback, and we didn't get. We heard from the deputant, but we didn't really hear that there was a whole lot of opposition. And now, at a late date, now there's petition. So, you know, sometimes, well, no, let me just put it this way. I'm going to re-poll the residents in that area to see what they think. Because I know sometimes when someone knocks on your door, and all of you members of the community council would know this, sometimes it's hard to resist a neighbor that comes on your door and asks you to sign a piece of paper. Maybe it's legitimate, maybe it, you know, I'm not saying it is or it's not. I'm just saying I'm going to go back into the community and see what people have to say, and then deal with it at the next meeting of community council.
Okay, so this item is deferred to July the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I mean, I don't, these are.
I'll move the motion. I'll move the motion if you could take.
No,
yeah.
no one listens to any parking prohibitions or restrictions around a school anyway. I don't know what the fuss is about. You can put anything up there and parents will still drop off their kids. But anyway, that being said, deferral is on the floor for item 3332. Parking amendments, Castle Grove Boulevard. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Next item is actually item 47, application for fence exemption, 29 Charles Wood Drive. Michael Contaxis.
Hello, this is the host.
Do we know if it's the
user
homeowner?
beginning with 416892. Can you please identify yourself?
Hi, it's Terry Carabas, City Staff.
I'm sorry, I did not get the name. Are you just here to observe the meeting, or are you?
I'm also on the WebEx, but I couldn't hear. It's Terry Carabas from MLS.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
We don't have a speaker? Okay. Are there any questions for staff? Councillor Carroll?
Yes, I think this is the one where it's a what looks like a solid fence, but then the lattice on top of it looks like it was added not as part of the original design. Would I be getting that right from looking at the photographs? Did the lattice come post the original building of the fence?
Through the chair, this is Simi Dillon with MLS.
Oh, hi.
Unfortunately, I
can't answer that question as that would be a question for the property owner. We are not sure if the lattice was originally added when the fence was erected or not.
Oh, okay. And, but either way, there are sort of two separate pieces. So I'm wondering, was, in terms of the application to appeal and get an exemption here, did staff propose, without the lattice, this fence would be all right? Was that offered to them as an option?
So as per the fences bylaw, any material that's added to, so say in the event that the lattice was added after the fact, it would still be considered part of the fence.
Right.
So that would be added with the height. It was not provided to the property owner as an option. However, my understanding from the property owner's perspective is that it is used for privacy.
Yeah.
And that is what the exemption is for.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. The house abuts a laneway. Is that correct? Where illegal drinking is a security issue in that laneway. I see there's a reference to a beer store, which I believe has moved, and they say the customers drink alcohol behind the property owner's home. Is that current information?
So through the chair, this is the information that we were provided by the property owner. I cannot confirm if that still continues. However, the last conversation that I did have with the property owner was approximately 3 weeks ago, and they mentioned that it's still an issue.
So the beer store's gone, but the drinking remains, I guess.
I believe.
Okay. All right, look, I had read this over in detail, and I guess any other questions for staff, and then I'm gonna make my speech and move one of the recommendations. So I must admit, I haven't spoken to the property owner about this, but I have read the report. I am familiar with that laneway, though, and that laneway is problematic. I thought we had reduced a lot of the illegal drinking in that laneway when the beer store moved, but I can only trust the owner's view that it continues, and it was really disconcerting for many of the property owners back there to see the alcoholism and the disruption to their privacy at this site. The fence itself does have a lattice that causes it to be in violation of the bylaw, but it's not obstructing sight lines for vehicles or parking. It is a fence to ensure that they have the quiet enjoyment of their home. And with that, I am prepared to move recommendation 2, which is granting the request. And I must admit, I have been down that alley, and a couple of times a little on the nervous side because of the alcoholism. I mean, it's sad. It's very sad, but it does create sort of a sense of tension and awareness that you may not be in a safe zone. And if granting this fence gives this family the comfort and security they need, I think it's a small thing to ask. So I'm going to move granting the request for the exemption. It doesn't hurt pedestrians. It doesn't impair vehicle sight lines. It's not creating a dangerous pool situation. It is simply a lattice on top of a fence that's giving this homeowner the privacy they deserve. Any other speakers on the item? Okay. So all those in favor of granting the request for the fence exemption? I think we're okay. Opposed? I think there was one opposed. Okay, So,
No, my hand just went up twice.
Yeah,
Sorry.
me too. I
oh,
was following Counselor Robinson twice.
okay, let's do the vote
Sorry.
again. You know, if it's going to carry, I want to make sure it carries legitimately. All those in favor of granting the request of the property owner, please hold your hand up and keep that hand up. So I see one, oh, it's unanimous. Okay, great. And none opposed. Okay, thank you very much. Next item is 3348. And I believe we skipped over one. So this is Councillor Cole's item. Traffic calming on Rainy. And I don't have any deputants listed. Any questions for staff?
Yes.
Yeah, Councillor Carroll, questions for staff?
Yes, staff are not recommending speed bumps here, and I know it's because it doesn't meet the warrants. So what I would just like to check is this a street that's already had its Vision Zero changes and doesn't meet the warrants under the, what is now council's policy for streets? Or is this a street that does not meet the warrants because we have not yet done the Vision Zero speed reductions?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Carroll, the reason why we could not bring forward a positive staff report is because the road, while it's classified as a collector road, the daily vehicular volume exceeded 8,000. So under the traffic calming policy, speed humps can be considered on collector roads, but in this case, because there were more than 8,000 vehicles, that's why we couldn't come forward with positive recommendations. The speed at the 85th percentile was 12 kilometers per hour above the 40 kilometer speed limit. So had it not been for the number of vehicles, we would have been in a position to come forward with a positive staff report.
Right. So when it's a volume situation, what's the danger? If you put speed bumps down there, but you've got 8,000 cars rolling on through, is it just that it doesn't affect the speed at that point? They just ignore it, or what's the risk?
So roads with more than 8,000 vehicles per day are typically classified as arterials, and we don't typically install speed humps on arterials because those roads are meant to move vehicles.
Yeah.
In this case, the road is classified as a collector.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
I have
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Cole, and we are looking for direction on whether you're adopting staff recommendations or moving a motion. The clerk does have a motion?
Yeah.
The options are drafted, but Councillor Cole, we'd like some direction on what your stand is on this.
Yeah, there's an alternative motion as part of the report that basically staff is saying you could adopt an alternative motion. That's the one that I support, where they do a poll to see if the residents support it. And as Councillor Carroll was sort of indicating there, and Jennifer Cicchelli, the transportation staffer, this is a real irony. And the reason why you can't get speed bumps on this street because there are more than 8,000. But how many more than 8,000, Jennifer?
I believe it was approximately 700 vehicles above the 8,000.
So it's 8,700. So therefore, because there are too many cars, and the limit is 8,000 supposedly, you can't put speed humps. But
I have speed humps.
So that's the anomaly here. So I would like to at least have them do a poll, because this is a ramp to Yorkdale from Bathurst Street. Because you go up Bathurst Street, there's no westerly exit ramp. So people come up Bathurst, they make a left at Rainy, and Rainy is the access ramp to Yorkdale. So people are flooded 24 hours a day with cars that they can't speed during the day because there's too many cars. But at night, then they do speed, trying to get to Yorkdale or Costco, or they're trying to get to the 401 westbound. So it's almost like it's like a one ramp, Rainy Avenue. So people are really at their wits' end. So all I'm asking, let's just at least do a poll, see if the public, because some residents don't want speed bumps, but let's at least do a poll here. Because this is right at the limit here, the 8,000 limit.
Okay,
So
thank
I'm
you.
moving the alternative motion the staff has put forward.
All righty. Okay, so you're moving a motion to approve the polling. So we're at 33-36. Are there any other speakers on this item? Because Councillor
Yeah,
Cole.
I would just. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor
Is
Robinson?
Councillor Cole spoke? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. He just. Yeah, I just want to say, at the top of today's agenda, I moved a motion on Leaside, a traffic management plan, a traffic plan, road safety. We've been working on this the whole term. We haven't gotten anywhere, but I'll just say something to you. That is the #1 area in my ward, and I get complaints on every street and every neighborhood in my ward about speeding, rolling stop signs, people not, being respectful of neighborhoods. But the #1 place I get the number one number of complaints, oh my God, that's a lot of ones and numbers, is Leaside. And yet Leaside has speed humps almost on every street. There's speed humps everywhere in Leaside. And they haven't worked. They haven't worked because now people use them to launch off of and drive faster. They literally launch off them. We had a public meeting in Leaside, and the traffic engineer said that himself. I wish I had a video of him talking about speed humps not working. So I just want to say that. I also will say speed humps slow down our most valuable resource in the city, and that's EMS. And with an aging population, there's more of these calls, fire, ambulance, police, and they're not big on the speed humps because it slows down their response time. So I think we have to, I'm not trying to pick on Mike Cole because everybody loves him, but what I'm trying to say is just some general philosophical statements about these things. I think we need to find other ways, because we do need to calm traffic in this city, without a doubt. I have terrible traffic issues in every single, because I go, my residents and people are trying to race from Bayview to Mount Pleasant over to Laird and Leaside. So people are racing through the neighborhoods, traveling east-west. So we do have to find traffic calming, but I also worry a little bit about pregnant women and speed humps and the toll and the impacts on pregnant women going over speed humps. So I'm just saying that because I worry about all these things. I'm concerned about it, and I think they don't work because, like I said, my most speed humped area is Leaside, and yet that's where I get majority of the complaints about ongoing traffic issues. Speeding issues, specifically volume and speeding. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson, for the 2 cents. Deputy Mayor?
Jay, I love you. You're great. That perfect speech. I just wanted to just quickly add to it. I know it's a long meeting. So 28 years as a councillor in my ward, not one speed hump, not a single one, no material difference, no additional accidents, fatalities, nothing. The silent majority does not want speed bumps. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I haven't heard from the silent majority since the Nixon years. But I'm sure they're out there somewhere.
What are the nattering nabobs of negatism have to say?
Oh my gosh,
Leon, you think they all
you've been-
support Mike Harris, so we'll just leave that aside.
You've been
Dragging
reading.
Nixon into this.
Councillor Fillion's been reading too many Watergate books, I guess. All right, look, I'm going to support the local councillor, and I have firsthand experience with speed humps because I'm on a street with speed humps, and it's mixed results. Some people just fly over them and they don't care, but there are other people who really do slow down and respect the speed humps, and also don't want to wreck my car. Or wreck their car. I think I've wrecked my car on the speed humps, even when I go down to 30 kilometers an hour or 20 kilometers an hour. Just kills the tire rods. So, but I think there's a benefit to them. I think it reduces traffic density on a street. I might live on a street with speed humps, but I don't drive on a street with speed humps because it's too annoying. So I take other ways to get home. But I will support the local councillor. It's only the poll. I mean, if he wants to poll. Sorry for that long pause. I misspoke. The polling's been done. I'm supporting the local councillor, and we can put it to a vote.
No.
So, no, if I can, if the reason, I was the one who nattered in your ear, so if I can just clarify, the statement you said was it's just a poll, but the alternate recommendations are to poll, and if the poll is favorable, we are today authorizing staff to proceed with putting in the humps. It would not come back to us, is the point I was trying to make.
Yeah, that's probably a more accurate reflection of what we're voting on. So anyway, that's my position. I believe speed humps have a role to play. I believe they can prevent speeding in neighborhoods, despite some of the downside to them. And I'm prepared to support the local councillor. So, Councillor Cole, would you please move your motion to authorize the installation of speed humps?
Well, I'm in the alternative motion, which is to undertake a poll, see what the local residents want. Subject to that poll, then the speed humps would be installed.
Okay, great. Okay. Any questions for the mover? If not, let's just vote.
I do have a question for the mover. That's why I pushed this button. Would the councillor consider having the results of that poll coming back to community council before installation? If you simply didn't move part 2 of the alternate recommendations, then it really is just a poll. And I always support just a poll, but if you're asking me to authorize the speed humps without finding out how the community feels, I'm nervous.
Yeah, no, be fine with that. Let's do the poll because, again, this is not least, this is a ramp to the 401 that people are on. Just try and get to that street. So we're not talking about a neighborhood street anymore. We're talking to a neighborhood street that's been turned into a 401 off and on ramp. So let's just do the poll.
So that was my question of the mover. I haven't spoken yet.
All right, Councillor Carroll wants to speak.
I haven't spoken yet. I've asked questions, but I haven't spoken yet. Just very quickly, I will support doing a poll, but one of the reasons I would like staff to return with the results of that poll is between Raja Street and Bathurst is not where the 401 is. That's later on down Rainy Road. And so if the community does want speed humps here, I would love for the results of the poll to come back with staff's recommendations on exactly where the speed bumps should be placed. And that's what's missing for me here. That would make me feel 100% comfortable supporting the poll today. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers on this item? Okay, let's put the motion on the screen. Okay, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Four. Four? Okay, 4 carries. Okay, opposed? 2. Okay, it's 4-2. That carries. Thank you very much. Next item is 48. 48, and we do have a speaker on this. Avi Washman? I believe he's on the line. This is
Yes, hello.
Application for a fence exemption, 338 Hillhurst Boulevard. Mr. Washman?
Yes, Waxman. Thank you for taking the time. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Seems rather insignificant, my fence exemption, after hearing a lot of the RENA Foundation and what's really going on. I'll take that opportunity at least to educate myself in the coming weeks as to that fantastic organization. But alas, I am applying for a fence exemption. I assume council has read my letter that was submitted back in end of May, but I'll summarize it in very quickly. I am by no means a professional when it comes to architecture, fences, decks. I engage professionals who do know about these things to look after those things for me. Back in February of 2022, we met for a pre-inspection with a municipal standards officer who gave us direction as to exactly how we should be putting up this fence enclosure in order to accommodate all the bylaws. At that meeting, there were 3 professionals. There were a landscape architect, a pool builder, and a gate / deck builder. At the conclusion of the meeting, that municipal standards officer informed us exactly how to put up that enclosure. And then to update the drawings with the city, which were done in April. We scheduled a final meeting with the municipal standards officer, Mr. Tetro, to come on May 17th. And of course, the way things work with trades nowadays, they show up the last second, and they weren't finished putting up that enclosure. But by the time the municipal standards officer came, he's actually done 20 minutes later, but understandably, he had to go. And Ms. Dillon was very nice for us to reschedule somebody else within 2 days. When that person came, the new municipal standards officer came, he happened to be somebody completely different. Apparently, the initial standards officer was changing wards. And we were told at that time that the Juliet-style locking balcony gate that it was suggested that we put up was not in fact in code, which was to us a very big surprise, considering we did exactly what we expected to based on the first municipal standards officer's recommendation. So we then received the notice of violation, and I wanted to just put that out there that look, the Juliet-style locking balcony that we constructed as per the advice of the initial standards officer meets the height and width of code, from my understanding, and also has the proper spacing between the pickets. We've also added window limiters to make sure that no kids can get out in order to do that. And in addition to that, we've also put up an additional gate, I guess on the Gate King, on our deck that also has a locking gate. In addition to the 2 gates that enter the property that are also closing and locking. So they were not cheap solutions. We thought we went about it the way that it was recommended. This pool permitting process has taken up a lot of our time and been very frustrating over the last 2 years through COVID. It's caused a lot of distress with the family, but we thought we were finally there, and hopefully we can be with the council's consideration of this exemption. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the deputant and the property owner?
Yes, I have a quick question, Mr. Chair, and not to alarm you, I'm choosing my battles today, and This application isn't one of them, but I'm just wondering if staff pointed out to you, they're highlighting the measurements in the application, but the type of lock that you've used on the fence is considered manipulable by a child once they reach a certain age. Or was that mentioned to you by the inspectors, so that you could consider maybe updating that lock at some point? The kind of lock, if you put it right up, higher up at the top, and it has a push button that really, you really can't use with little hands, whereas this one you can sort of figure it out with little hands. Did they mention that to you, that you might want to consider improving that lock at some point?
Well, the lock actually has a key. Lock actually has a key.
The flip lock that I'm looking at on the gate itself? Does that lock into position?
That has a key.
Oh, okay.
That has a key.
If that flip lock is a locking flip lock, that's awesome. Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions for the deputants? I think I had mine just answered.
Yeah, that was.
So just to clarity, I see the flip latch. So you lock. There's usually a hole at the bottom of that, the thing that flips up, and you can put a lock in there. Is that what you do?
No, there's actually a key. I don't know if you could see it from the picture. It looks like it's cut off in the larger picture by the picket gate. There's actually a key that goes in there. Yeah.
All right. Okay. I'm done.
On the third picture on the bottom, there's a key.
All right. Any other questions for the deputant? Councillor Cole, would you like to speak to the item?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for Councillor Carroll and yourself illustrating the lock. Yes, as you can see, this is a serious homeowner. He's gone to great trouble. He's consulted with professionals. He's put on the appropriate lock with a key. And it seems that he is extremely vigilant in protecting his family and neighbors by going to this extent. And he hasn't done this obviously without very thorough research and professional advice. So I would support granting the fence here and the exemption here, and allowing the homeowner to enjoy the pool in this hot weather and his family.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Anyone else wants to speak on the item? I would just very briefly say that I will also support the fence exemption. I'm looking at photographs of the gate and locking system. It looks secure. In fact, I think it can keep hardened criminals from getting into this pool, which means pretty secure. So I think it's worthy of our support, and I do agree that it's a responsible homeowner who only wants the best for his family and safety. Okay. Councillor Cole, are you moving item 2, granting the request?
Yes.
Okay. Item 2 is on the screen. It's granting the request for the fence exemption. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Next item is number 49, application for fence exemption 5 Fordham Place. And I do not have any deputants. You have a speaker?
Can you just read that name out?
Oh, okay. Yes, there was a last-minute speaker, Param Majajan? Pajajan? He's not available. Okay. So, any Deputy Mayor questions for staff speaking?
Yeah, I do. Is there someone there to, who's there?
Staff to the floor, municipal licensing.
Good afternoon, Terry Carabasas from MLS.
Sorry, what's your name, sir?
Terry Carabasas.
Terry, where's this fence? Is it a side fence? Is it a back fence?
It is a side fence, sir.
Side fence. And and this isn't a corner property, so it's mid-block, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how tall is the fence?
It looks, the report that I have says 2.1 meters, sir. So, 0.1 above the 2 meter allowable height.
Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to be. Yeah, so it's just like you got out your, whoever went measured it, and it was just a little bit over.
That's what the report states, yes, sir.
Huh. Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor Minawong. Any other questions for staff? Speakers, Deputy Mayor?
I'll just speak. I'm going to move the exemption. I'm going to allow the 2.1 meter fence.
Okay, that seems to get my support.
I mean, it's just like,
okay.
I mean, it's hardly anything, 0.1, Mr. Chair.
I got it.
That's,
yeah. No, we get it. We get it here in the chamber here, in person. We see what the issue is, and it's worthy of an exemption. Okay, any other speakers on the item? All right. The Deputy Mayor is moving number 2, granting the application for exemption. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item number 50, application for fence exemption 31 Bayview Wood. And I have Jeremy Brazier as a deputant.
I have to unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you, Chair, councilors, and staff. Hopefully you have the picture of this fixed glass instead of a fence. The first inspection was a 1/4 inch too short, so we had to reorder additional glass, which now meets all of the requirements. And I'm hopeful that I can get this exemption, and my 4 young kids are safe in their fronts. I'm here for any questions.
Okay, that was brief. Yes, Councillor Carroll has some questions for you.
Yes, here in the chamber, we were just talking about the agenda and I missed the beginning. So you are putting in a glass fence? Is that what I heard happen?
Yes, do you have the picture that through the doors in the back? It's fixed glass, so you can't actually exit the back doors to get to the pool.
So one of the doors is, but there are lots of doors along the back of that building.
Correct, and there's glass on each one of them.
So how does one get to the backyard from the house now?
You have to go out the side door and through the self-locking gate.
So now, because some of the when I was reviewing the application, what I understood from the report and then from the illustrations was that staff's issue is that there are handles on some of these doors, which makes them look a lot like doors.
There are handles on them.
Uh-huh.
Correct. You can open them, but that's where you bump right into the glass. You can't get past the glass.
Oh, so in the photograph, the fixed glass is not installed yet?
It's not tightened because the original glass was a 1/4 inch too short, but there'll be glass on each one of those doors, which are there now.
And why are we viewing the appeal without it being installed? Why not just install it so that councillors would have no qualms and would then be able to have staff look at it and say that the glass is tall enough or whatever and proceed?
Yeah, I misspoke. It's it wasn't there when the inspector came through and took, I guess, those pictures. So right now it's all good to go.
Okay, okay, thank you.
You physically cannot get from the home out one of those doors to the backyard.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for the deputant? Okay, questions for staff? Councillor Robinson? And then Councillor Carroll?
Sorry, I was gonna speak. Sorry.
Okay, so Councillor Carroll, questions for staff?
Yes, if I could have staff to the floor?
Good afternoon, Councillor. Terry Carabasas from MLS again.
Hi, thank you. So this is an awkward one because you've written us a report that is based on there being openings along the back of this house that lead to the pool. So if those are fixed glass panels going in, and they meet the right, they're affixed the right way and meet the right height, you would be writing a different report, would you not? You would write us a report about Juliet fencing, and we would make a decision. If we provide exemption today, how do we know that what's being installed or has been installed meets your requirements?
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. I was reviewing this earlier today and had the inspector go out, actually yesterday, and had the inspector go out and confirm that glass is there. There was also in one of the photos mounting brackets.
Yes, I
where
see the
lower
brackets.
glass
Yes,
was.
yeah.
So the way that this is written, yes, is a little bit ambiguous to that.
But the installation has been seen now, and you're satisfied. Well, it doesn't fully meet the intent of the bylaw. We have been allowing some exemptions where we have the right height and fixed glass and Juliet types of enclosures, and that's what we're really looking at now that it's installed.
That's correct, Councillor. What it does basically, it renders the doors that were there impassable. So
okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, super.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for staff? Councillor Robinson to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move item 2, grant the application for an exemption permit for the owners of 31 Bayview Wood.
Okay, option 2 is on the screen, granting the application for exemption. All those in favor? I see 1, 2, 3, 4. Opposed? That carries. Item number 51, application for fence exemption, 11 Cobham Crescent, Ward 16. I have Rafi Martinian as a deputant. Rafi?
Yes, good afternoon.
Oh, hi. Thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman and members of council for having me on this meeting today. My name is Rafi Vartanian. I am the homeowner of 11 Cobham Crescent. I want to start by thanking the members again for giving me this opportunity regarding a motion to provide an exemption of a fence that exceeds the maximum allowable height of 6.5 feet. There are 3 specific points I would like to make to help provide some context behind my request and mitigate any risks the council or city might have. The purpose of the fence was primarily to provide security and privacy for my family. My wife and I have a 5-year-old daughter and now a newborn 3-week-old daughter, and we spend large amounts of time in our backyard, and this was highly beneficial to alleviate mental stresses during the time of the pandemic. And today it just continues to be a safe haven for our family and provides us security and privacy we are looking for to protect our family from onlookers. So this was, again, helpful during the summer months when we spend most of the time outside. My point number 2 is in regards to my neighbors. Prior to the fence that I built, I did consult with both my adjacent property owners to get their consent and move forward with the building of the fence. In my application, I did provide signed letters from the neighbors to the left and right of me who supported the building of the fence during the time of the building and do currently so. Charlene Tate, who was the bylaw officer who came to the home way back when, she also had a conversation with Elias, the homeowner of 9 Cobham, and the homeowner provided tremendous support for the fence itself. I would also extended letters from other homeowners on my street who did not hesitate to support with a signed letter. I am hoping that assists supporting my request today. In addition, it shows my character as a resident in the neighborhood. As per the neighbor directly behind me, who seems to be the complainant based on the reports that I've seen, I don't know the exact reason why he has done so, but if you look at the pictures that he did provide, specifically attachment number 3, the neighbor from where he is standing is approximately 6 feet higher than my property. So that property line and the rows of house behind me are all elevated properties. And as a result, the fence does not impede on their line of sight. And there are numerous trees and bushes, as you could see from the image, that come full bloom in the summer, which they have now. And they actually block the fence view, and the trees actually stand taller than the fence in question. And then coming back to my original point of the purpose of why I did build this fence, it was to provide the security and privacy for my young family. And looking at that third attachment, you could say the fence has done that as my neighbors in the back and other homeowners in the back, due to their elevation, they do spend numerous times in the backyard, and as they would in the summer months. And again, it provides that protection for us from prying eyes, whether those are innocent. Lastly, I would like to just once again thank the members of council for giving me this opportunity to present my case. I do promise to maintain the fence and keep it safe and secure and not let it rot away. Hence why I built the fence with sturdy 6x6 posts and higher grade material to start with. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the deputant? No, there are not. Questions for staff?
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor?
Go on. I'm interested in the picture. Sorry, I'm clicking between screens. Attachment 2, that's from the back. The staff took that picture?
Yes, Councillor, that's Deputy Mayor, yes, that's correct.
So is there a back? I'm sorry, but there's no fence. So I'm looking at the back fence, and there's no fence. There's no 8-foot wooden fence between the property, between the properties at the back. Am I right? Because I don't see one.
You're correct, sir.
So they're complaining about the fence on the side.
That's correct.
So I'm sorry, you said that's correct?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. So the fence doesn't affect them, but they're complaining about that it's in breach of the bylaw.
Yes.
I've got that right.
Yes, sir.
But they're entitled to do that.
That's correct.
Okay. I got it. Well, I kind of have it, but I'm struggling with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other questions for staff? No. Speakers, Deputy Mayor?
You know, so this one's really tough. And I'll tell you why. So I don't know why this guy is complaining about this fence, because it really doesn't affect him. like if it's from the back property. But the bylaw is the bylaw. That's the thing that I struggle with. And the bylaw says 6 feet and it's 8 feet, and it's completely solid. Right. And so we had this bylaw for a reason, and this is not like the one on Fordham where it's only 0.1 meter. It is, it's 6 feet the difference between 6 feet and 8 feet. And so, I have some sympathy for the homeowner, but, the bylaw is what the bylaw is. And so at a certain level, I'm thinking to myself, if this is the case, we should change the bylaw. Notwithstanding so from a practical point of view, it doesn't really matter, but from a bylaw point of view, it kind of does matter. So, Mr. Chair, I'm flummoxed by it. And I mean, I might just sit and listen to other speakers to see if they can convince me to go one way or the other. Because to put it in a very bad way and to make a bad joke, I'm on the fence on this one.
Yeah, that is pretty bad.
What if none of us speaks?
That's one of the worst jokes.
I see both sides. I really do. I'm struggling with it. So are there any other speakers? Like Sheldon, help me out. You always have something to say. You're never on the fence.
I'll follow your lead, local councillor.
I don't mind entering the fray. You know what? I guess if it was in my ward, I would probably grant it. I just, why do I sense that it's just a neighbor who is not impacted by it, but is taking
Okay, now I do have something to say. Go ahead.
some kind of vindictive,
Yeah, you've convinced me. I'm going to move to grant it. You're right.
and it looks like a nice fence, actually. I wouldn't mind that for my property.
No, it is a nice fence.
And it is
If one of the other neighbors who was impacted, if a side neighbor had said something about it, maybe it would be different.
Yeah,
I'll move to grant it.
Yeah, I will support granting it. It looks, as I said earlier in another case, there's no vehicle sight lines or pedestrian risk. There's no swimming pool. It's a fence that's slightly above bylaw, and it's a nice fence. It looks solid, looks well built, and big fence makes for good neighbors.
I think he said he had the side
Mr. Chair, if I can just add one other thing, and then I'll stay quiet because we're kind of getting near the end, which is great. I see so many fences that break the bylaw now. Like no one pays attention to 6 feet, right? And unless there's a really good policy reason why we should keep it at 6 feet, maybe we should change it to like 7 or 8 feet, because most folks, they're building 8-foot fences these days. I don't know about what you see. Like when I go and walk my dog, I see 8-foot fences everywhere, right? And I don't go looking for trouble. I hope trouble doesn't come looking for me, so I don't report them. But 8 feet is what it is right now. It's only if one of your neighbors, complains. So, but anyway, that's just a sidebar for next term of council, but I'll move the exemption.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Minawong has moved option 2, granting the application for an exemption. Are there any other speakers on the item?
So, Mr. Chair, I'll just say, we obviously can't go rewriting bylaws here in community council, but, so that's an action for another day. But I think we can take comfort from that. I believe the deputy said, in terms of the side yard, he actually had permission from his side neighbors. This is not a matter of one neighbor speaking for all the rest. The side neighbors are okay with it. And so that gives me comfort in supporting the local councillor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other speakers on the item before we adopt or we vote on option 2? Okay, we'll put option 2 on the screen. This is to grant the exemption. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. That carries. Okay, opposed? Okay, that item carries. Item 52, application for fence exemption 188 York Mills Road. I have two speakers on it. Sammy Rafia. Oh, that's you?
No, I'm Lydia. Sammy is the contractor. My contractor is not speaking today.
Okay, so Libya?
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
well, thank you for your patience. It's been a long
Oh
day.
my God, I feel like we're all friends now because it's been a long day.
Well, okay, thank you very much. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. This is actually, this item was deferred on your last meeting. I'd like to thank the council panel for the opportunity to once again represent my request. I guess I understand that the council's main concern is the basement doors regarding its access as well as the proximity to the pool. I am the owner of 188 York Mills Road, and the issue that I have here is that even if I wanted to install a gate between the entry access of the basement doors and the pool, it will not meet code, as the space distance between the pool water edge and the basement access doors is 77 inches or 1.9 meter. As I understand, the code also requires that the installed gate should be at least 1 meter out from the basement doors. And if that's the case, then I would have only 0.9 meter left to the water's edge, which would be less than the 1.2 meters required per code. In addition to being non-compliant, it would also dramatically decrease the mobility and functionality of the backyard. To remedy the situation, we are installing latches, and I'd like to show the picture of this is a latch that's gonna go in both basement doors. Within inside, of course, we have already a latch, the regular latch of these sliding doors. These are going to be installed 6 feet above ground. So there is also a key. So there will be no chance that any small child could actually access the pool via basement doors. When we committed the resources to this project in 2020 and submitted the drawings to the city in 2021, the project was never subject of queries regarding the city code infringement. We got a permit and started construction. The design of this space had in mind 2 things: the functionality and the preservation of mature tree that we have in our backyard. Believe me when I say that we do not cut corners, nor we expect any special treatment. We waited nearly 4 weeks to get a full clearance from the forestry to continue construction till they are satisfied that no damage would occur to the tree roots. The delay put us behind the schedule several months due to the shortage of labor and materials in the height of the pandemic. It's been a long, expensive, and painful process. We have spent a great amount of resources to complete this project, and we will never jeopardize an investment of this size, knowing that we won't be code compliant with the city or have issues later on. I'm a mother of an 8-year-old child. We never compromised on safety, and we'll never will. My husband and I wanted to provide an outlet for my son, who is the only child, so he could be active during the colder months. My son is not keen on collective sports, but he has been always a great swimmer. He still attends a program with Mike at Toronto Swimming School in Thornhill, just to improve technique and clock on volume. We have moved here from Dallas, Texas in 2019, about 6 months before pandemic started. We have no family. We don't have any close friends in Toronto. It's the 3 of us and the 3 of us only. And we do what we can to provide a space with quality of life and well-being for our child. We have spoken also with our neighbors, and we have their support with regards to the application. I believe our request is fair and does not impose any danger to anyone, especially small children. I'm hoping that you can grant us the exemption today so we can enjoy the pool in the summers ahead. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions for the deputant? Okay. No questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions for staff? Councillor Carroll?
So I wonder, I don't know who is on, Elena signed the report here. Oh, there, it's Terry. So I wonder if you could remind us, we ask for, when we are making a compromise, and it is always a compromise, because actually, using the Juliet approach actually isn't what the bylaw calls for, but it's the compromise we make. But we still ask that it be a gate and a self-closing, a gate that's going to snap closed, rather than just take the regular basement doors and put a special lock on them. I'm wondering if you can tell us why that is, why we want that self-closing gate and not just a lock installed high up.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. The self-closing, self-latching is a level of safety to prevent some forgetfulness. So the access point is automatically resecured every time someone passes through.
Right. You need something that closes every time. Whereas a lock, if we just attach a lock to the French doors, you can imagine a big family function where they'd throw that door open for the day and the key would just sit in the lock and the door would be open. And that's why we prefer something self-closing, because if you lose track of the kid, that gate's still going to close behind you when you're going through. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's the only question I wanted to have clarified.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for staff? No. Speakers? Let the local councillors. Councillor Robinson?
Yeah, I'm just trying to, pull up this file. I know it was here before and it was deferred, I think, by Councillor Carroll. I know this family's really tried their best to address this issue. I'm just reading this now. Yeah. Sorry. It's again a bit of a difficult one.
I hope I'm not asked to decide on it again.
Sure, that's fine. I think I'm going to move to grant the application for an exemption permit.
Okay. All right.
Number 2.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Carroll, did you say you wanted to speak? Yeah, Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm going to have to vote against that. And I think we may have, in a way, we've sent kind of a mixed message today, because we saw earlier the one on Bayview Wood, and that was a compromise. Even though what they've done is put in place fixed gates, not even self-closing, but fixed glass gates along the whole back of the house. That in and of itself is a compromise, but it's a compromise that I know it has a fail-safe. Though they're simply not going to move. If they were, we moved another one, I think last month, which is again the Juliet gate is glass, but it's self-closing. It at great expense to management, because it has to be a particular kind of glass, so it's not going to smash as it closes. But you really need something that is going to automatically close. That's how you save little lives. And it's often hard for folks to understand this, but we have to approve something that provides safety no matter who lives there. Not just you're there and an 8-year-old, you think an 8-year-old and he's already a competent swimmer and he's only going to get better. What's the worry here? We have to consider if you should sell the house. 5 years from now, you could sell the house to someone with a 3-year-old. And that 3-year-old is who's at risk. And our bylaw has to contemplate that. And on that basis, to me, there isn't a self-closing thing here. There's a good lock and you can put it up 6 feet, but as soon as there's a busy day of multiple people swimming, that lock system ceases to be a perfect safety feature. And so I can't vote for granting the application. I'll have to vote against on a recorded vote. Yeah.
All right, are there any other speakers on the item? Yeah, I mean, I would only say these photos, I can see why this was deferred. Just I don't know, the evidence in front of us is just very confusing on sort of where everything sits. And, you know, usually I grant these if I'm convinced it's safe, but this is just such a gray area here that I have my doubts, and I have no doubt about the sincerity of the property owner. You know, we all want our kids to be safe, and I gotta tell you, my extended family in Florida, they have a pool with a 2-year-old, and the various mechanisms that you needed to prevent any kind of tragedy down there, it's pretty rigorous from what I could see. And let's put it to a vote. Councillor Robinson, you're moving the exemption?
Okay, this is a recorded vote on granting the exemption. All those in favor? Councillor Robinson. All those opposed? Councillor Cole, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Pasternak. That does not carry.
So I would just, in addressing the homeowner, you have to go back to the drawing board, work with staff, and come up with other stuff.
Can I please ask a question? Oh, no. Okay.
Okay. Sorry. Someone else has to move the.
Yeah, I'll move option 1.
The refusal. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We have to do another vote on the refusal. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, refusal carries. Next item, application to remove a private tree, 27 Caribou. We have one deputant, Peter Bahudian.
Correct. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Peter. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and Council members. My name is Peter Bahudian. My wife, Melanie, and I are the homeowners of 27 Caribou Road. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding our appeal to remove a silver maple tree in our backyard, which is a boundary tree with our neighbor at 25 Caribou Road. And to note, our neighbors at 25 Caribou are in support of the tree removal. Our primary concern with the silver maple tree is the safety risk it poses, especially with it being such a large tree and in such close proximity to our home and our neighbor's home, with significant size branches overhanging onto our home and a height and size that would significantly damage our home or cause injury or death if it were to fall over. This safety concern is amplified by the tree's health issues and structural defects as assessed by a certified arborist. The arborist assessment report, which we received in October 2021, outlines various health issues with the tree, including decay near the base of the tree, exposed roots, sunken areas between trunks and limbs, lack of attachments, as well as various other structural defects and wounds, further indicating tree decay, posing an unacceptable risk. Further, the tree has grown over the existing fencing and is engulfing the fence rail. Although the official submission by Urban Forestry outlines a recommendation by them to deny the request, they did have numerous staff come to our property and independently assess the tree, and Urban Forestry has acknowledged to us that their independent assessments were not unanimous, with some staff agreeing that the tree is unhealthy and poses a risk. We personally trust the arborist evaluation and view it as a professional, unbiased, and independent assessment. We can also attest to the accuracy and validity of the arborist's expertise as we have used them once prior for a different tree, for which they similarly outlined various health and structural issues. And we found and confirmed once the tree was taken down that large limbs had fully decayed internally and were completely rotted and hollowed out internally. And I provided a picture of that sample. Prior to our current appeal, when we first submitted our initial application to remove the boundary silver maple in question, which was declined, I inquired with the city or urban forestry to understand why the permit request was declined when the arborist assessment and report clearly outlined various health and structural issues, and to inquire about what other options we may have. I'm summarizing part of the response received with a few quotes, and I quote, a number of urban forestry staff have reviewed your request and visited the site. The assessments were not unanimous. However, the tree is assessed as healthy for bylaw administrative purposes. To say the tree is healthy for bylaw purposes does not mean we are blind to risks or defects. We remain open to continuing dialogue should you wish to provide additional information. For example, deploying a sonic tomography investigation could provide additional data. You can also appeal our denial, end quote. We did inquire with our arborist as well as obtained a second opinion from another arborist regarding urban forestry's suggestion of a sonic tomography investigation. And both arborists provided similar advice and opinions that sonic tomography tests are quite costly and can be highly non-conclusive and inaccurate. And I quote the response from one of the arborists, sonic tomography uses specialized equipment to view the amount of decay and sound wood inside a tree and is quite costly, usually over $1,000. I can give you the names of a couple companies that do this type of analysis, but there are only 2 in Toronto. However, these tests are not guaranteed or even likely to yield any results that would provide evidence to benefit your tree's assessment. We completely understand the importance of maintaining the tree canopy in the city, and we're very supportive of that and are supportive of the need to replant trees with this tree's removal. We do not take lightly the impact of removing a tree and have struggled and continue to struggle with the idea of removing this tree. However, safety is our utmost priority for both our property and our family. And we are fortunate to live in a neighborhood where we have and get to enjoy a large volume and density of trees surrounding our backyard. However, to that point, the arborist did indicate and explain to us that there is a significant amount of tree congestion in the area where the silver maple is situated, and there essentially would not be a loss of tree canopy with the removal of this tree, since the surrounding trees, such as the spruce tree located just to the north and the oak tree just to the south, are essentially choking and fighting for space and would become unable to grow and fill in with the removal of the unhealthy silver maple. The recent storm that impacted the GTA and surrounding areas, causing many trees to fall, resulting in significant property damage, and even the deaths of 10 or more individuals due to falling trees, speaks exactly to the validity of our safety concerns and the reality of the risks with having this large tree with health and structural issues in such close proximity to our home. In a windy storm or ice storm, there is very real risk of damage to our home if a main limb were to detach from the tree or if the entire tree were to fall over. Further, even under normal conditions, the tree is constantly dropping branches of rather large size, which fall directly into our backyard where our children play, and our neighbor's backyard, which is of obvious safety concern and risk of injury. We're very concerned about the risks to property damage and for the safety of our children and family. And given the arborist support outlining the various structural defects, decay issues, and other health problems with the tree, as well as the support of our next door neighbor with whom the tree is bounding, we kindly ask for your understanding and support in granting approval for the removal of this tree. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Cole? Just unmute. Councillor Cole, just unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry. Yes, thank you. I just asked the deputant, how many trees have you cut down since you've owned the property?
Just one other tree. That's
what
the
was
one that I had the sample that I submitted a picture of that showed the hollowed limb structure.
And you got permission to cut that down?
I do. Yeah, that I received a permit for.
From the city, right?
Correct.
Okay, and and you say your budding neighbor is in agreement?
Correct.
Okay. They have already cut down trees. So you've cut no other trees down, because I had a report that you had cut other trees down.
No, we had one main tree which was also unhealthy that was right next to our house, but on the west side. We've trimmed back, and like the previous owners, I think, had allowed things to get unruly, so we trimmed back a lot of bushes. But there's only one other main tree we've taken down.
Main trees have you cut down?
We've cut down one tree.
Okay. And how long have you lived there, Peter?
We bought the property back in 2020, so 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Any other questions for the deputant? Okay. Thank you, Peter. Questions for staff? Any questions for staff? No? Speakers?
Yes, it's Councillor Cole. Again, this is another thorny situation with a tree that's got, obviously, it's by definition, it's a healthy tree. And we've gone through this so many times about the definitions, etc. But on the other hand, there is some question about its safety and the concerns that they have about the real health of the tree, and it's hard to get another opinion, but there is obviously some opinions by arborists that there may be some health issues. Oh, God, it's tough. I'm going to move that we grant the exemption, grant them the right to cut down the tree.
Okay, so grant the exemption. Okay, well.
I'm going to want a recorded vote, thanks.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, Councillor Carroll, you wanted to speak, obviously.
No, I'm content to have a recorded vote because I just want my vote to be clear when this gets to council.
It's not going to council.
Why is it not going to council?
It's delegated now. It stays here.
Oh, that's
What
right.
happens at community council stays.
Then I do need to speak.
Do you have to?
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Carroll?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Councillor Pasternak has refreshed my memory, and this is exactly the reason that we hoped not to. I appreciate it would have been easier if this tree had been properly maintained earlier in its life so that it wasn't so tall and spindly. But the fact remains what the arborist said, both the one commissioned by the applicant and our own city arborist are saying is this: when they say healthy and maintainable, what they mean is when your tree has a problem, you get somebody to come and help you maintain it. You retain an arborist to come and help you with that. There are many reasons to call an arborist or a tree service, and a lot of them are about maintaining the tree. But you don't, because you have a problem, say, oh, so we have to cut it down. You say, we have a problem, so I have to maintain it because it's on my property. That's what they mean by healthy and maintainable. And as it says in the report, this is a silver maple, the gorgeous silver maple. As it says in the report, it gives actual examples of what you can do to improve the health of this tree. It's already healthy. You can make it even more healthy by doing some of the maintenance recommended, the type of pruning recommended in the report, which is why I'll be asking for a recorded vote on this, because I really can't live with cutting down a tree that adds what this adds to the canopy and is still deemed healthy.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Anyone else who wants to speak on the item? Okay, we'll put the motion on the screen. Councillor Cole is moving the application to permit the removal of of the tree at 27 Caribou Road. It's item 53. And Councillor Carroll has asked for a recorded vote, so that's fine. All those in favor?
Sorry, Councillor Cole, can you just please look at the motion and confirm that this is what you wish to move? This is the alternative recommendation in the staff report.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll take it down and I'll do a recorded vote.
And to plant 5 trees, right?
Yes.
Or cash in lieu?
Okay.
All right, all those in favor?
Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Cole, Deputy Merriman and Wong. All those opposed?
Uh-oh.
Councillor Robinson, Councillor Carroll, that carries.
That carries. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Item 54, revising exclusive area chapter 925 permit parking to include Roding Street. We have actually 3 deputants for this. Is there a Kelly Fisher on the line?
Oh, we're on 54, which only has 1 speaker, Nick, and then these are for 55.
Okay.
Kelly Fisher here.
Sorry, I misread the comments here. So Nick Vesarelli? We don't. Okay. Could it be him?
This is the host to call-in user with the phone number 416-910. Are you Nick Becker Hurley? Sorry, what's your last name there? Hi, this is the host to call-in user 416-910. Are you the speaker for item 54?
No response?
Nope.
Okay, we'll have to move on. So questions for staff?
Yes.
Councillor Carroll has some questions for staff on.
Yeah, I'm a little confused as to what the parking in question is. I'm looking at the street on a map, and all of the homes seem to have driveways, and quite wide ones at that. There are days when I'd love to have a driveway this wide. Is there some other kind of parking going on the street that needs overnight permit parking?
Through the chair, I'm actually not aware of the reason for the request, just that the residents would like to be able to park overnight on the street.
Okay. I guess since it's my question, I guess then is going to be of the chair, because the chair is actually the mover here. This is not here via staff report. I guess I'll ask my questions of the mover. So I wonder, since it is a letter from a councillor, Mr. Chair, if I could just ask you, as near as I can tell, these are 2-car driveways, in really generous driveways on a dead-end street that has a park on one side and just houses on another, all of them generously appointed with driveways. What are they planning? What do they need all this much parking for?
Well, I can assure you they do not have commercial fleets. This came actually through one of my staff. It came from a request of a small group of residents. It's actually a very small section, and they have multi-generational families, and it does create a problem when it comes to the number of vehicles. And it aligns with our city's philosophy of having multi-generational households, obviously living together. but it does create a parking issue. So this seemed to be a small section of roadway in a very defined area. And these groups of residents came to my office and asked if there could be a little bit of leniency on overnight parking. And we went to staff, and staff drafted the motion. It's not quite a pilot project, but I'd be very curious to see how it goes.
Yeah.
And we thought we'd bring it to community council because I think it doesn't set a dangerous precedent. It's a very modest section of roadway, and this is very important to the local residents.
Okay, then I think I might have used temporary, like we're doing with one of the cul-de-sacs, but I'll go along for this ride. I hope to be here when you come back saying it didn't quite work out.
Yeah, no, well, clearly, if it's, if there are complaints and it doesn't work, we're going to have to go backwards, but.
It's an easy enough thing to do that, though.
Yeah,
We're not altering the road.
Yeah, no, we're not doing, this is not a whole neighborhood. I know we had a problem with Stanley Green a few years back. That was a more complicated situation. This is supporting intergenerational families is I think what it comes down to.
Okay.
So I guess I could speak, but I sort of already have spoken. This was a small group of residents in a very defined piece of roadway where their unique situation creates a higher than normal volume of cars because they have to drive to work, and I'm of the understanding that it's intergenerational, where sons and daughters continue to live in the homes of their parents, and there may be grandparents there. I'm not sure the family makeup of every house, but I thought this was small enough to give it a try and see what happens. And they were pretty passionate about wanting to try this, and then we went to staff, and staff seemed to be okay to give this a try. They drafted the motion for us, and we didn't have to push back at all. It was very much let's give it a try and see what happens. So that's why it's here. So I'm moving the recommendation to allow the overnight parking in this from Roding Street between Gade and the south end of Roding Street. And I'll move those recommendations. If anyone else wants to speak. Councillor Carroll, you want to speak? No. Oh, okay. All those in favor? Let's see, 3. Opposed? That carries. Item number 55. 55, application to remove 2 city-owned trees. I guess I'm going to get a rougher ride on this one. There's actually 3 deputants on this one, and you may recall this was the passive house non-policy issue. So, a policy vacuum, I shouldn't say non-policy issue. Kelly Fisher?
Yep, I'm here.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kelly Fisher. I'm a consultant with Peel Passive House Consulting and represent the applicant at 18 Rayburn Avenue. I've been working in the passive house industry for over 5 years now, exclusively on passive house, in projects ranging of all sizes. Peel Passive House was retained to perform the energy modeling and consulting services to ensure that the construction and the finished project at 18 Rayburn Avenue can achieve Passive House certification. Passive House is a rigorous standard intended to reduce energy consumption by means of improvements to the building envelope and mechanical systems. The Passive House standard has become adopted by many as the leading design standard to easily address excessive energy consumption when compared to conventionally built homes. The Passive House standard ensures through certification that any performance gap between energy modeling and construction is mitigated, thus creating a proven pathway to address climate change and carbon emission targets. Our sole focus at Peel Passive House is on achieving the best possible efficiency with every project we undertake. As illustrated in the report issued to City staff on June 7th, we have completed analysis on the energy and carbon reductions, evaluating design alternatives and the impact of the existing trees at 18 Rayburn. We have undertaken calculations to understand the energy required to heat this building with the existing coniferous trees and deciduous replacement trees. When deciduous trees are used for this calculation, there is a net reduction in mechanical heating requirements during the heating season by approximately 17% or 870 kilowatt hours. I wanted to address the passive house space heating requirements. This may have been brought up when the case was brought to council last. This requirement, which has started the exploration into tree replacement or 18 Rayburn. When the existing landscape conditions are modeled with the conifers in place, there is more year-round shading as these conifers do not shed their needles. This is creating a risk for achieving passive house certification as more heating is required to offset this year-round shading. As noted earlier, there are significant energy savings which occur when deciduous trees that offer solar heat gains in the winter as they lose their leaves every autumn. This reduction in space heating demand provides a cushion which will offer assurance to the building to meet passive house certification during construction. It is expected that the owner navigates as the owner navigates the ever-changing concerns with supply chain that inevitably construction changes will occur. The optimized design, which was presented on June 7th with the report issued to city staff, has exhausted all other suitable design alternatives to improve the space heating demand of this home. Transform TO, which is the City of Toronto's net zero strategy, which was adopted in 2021, is stated to be the most ambitious target in North America. This statement from the Transform TO strategy would indicate that rapid action is needed to successfully meet these targets in all sectors. Transform TO outlines carbon reduction goals in all aspects of construction and renovation industries, which needs to be met to achieve the goal of a carbon-free energy grid. The strategy states that the primary sources of greenhouse gas emissions in Toronto are from space heating and hot water for homes and buildings. Passive house certification and optimization of tree planting works well with this standard to ensure that energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions for 18 Rayburn align with this future goal today. Our analysis in evaluating the carbon reduction of the passive house design, along with the replacement deciduous trees, allows for an overall net reduction of 7.3 tons of carbon or CO2 equivalent, which is well aligned with the Transform TO net zero strategy. Information from our next speaker, Jim Fott, will inform the council that deciduous trees will offer more carbon sequestering over their lifetime, increasing with age and maturity, resulting in more carbon capture than the existing conifers on site, which are nearing the end of their useful carbon sequestering. We are here today to ask the North York Community Council to approve the replacement of the blue spruce trees presently on site with 10 trees to maximize the carbon saved by the certified passive house home and sequestered by the replacement trees in line with the Transform TO policy. The homeowners are prepared to pay the permit fee for tree removal if this is approved, and will send out a brief to the neighborhood on the passive house and the replacement trees. And that is my statement.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Carroll?
Yes, I'm just going to it now. You were talking about, I just wanted to be specific. You were saying that the project will pay the permit cost. I just wanted to make sure that really that means the same thing that staff have written in the report. It says permit issuance must be conditional upon the applicants providing payment of the appraised value of the trees to be removed, which is $7,200, agreeing to have them removed at their expense, as well as providing satisfactory replacement planting. The report throughout it, and in your deputation, you speak to a large deciduous tree, and then to a total of 10 trees altogether being planted. But I would assume the large one you want on the lot. Is all of that what you mean when you say prepared to pay?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Who's ever sighing, could you please put your mute button on? That was one of the biggest sighs I've heard all day. Thank you.
People are getting tired.
Any other questions for the deputant? Okay, Kelly, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brendan David?
She just mentioned Jim Fott. I don't think the
Brendan David? Yeah. Oh,
I
Brendan?
was just,
Brendan, okay,
I
thank
was
you.
just here to support Kelly, so we can skip to Jim next.
Jim Kraut? Got it?
Hello, I'm on. Jim Fotts here.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Jim, thanks for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Council, and staff. My name is Jim Fott, and I want to give you some background first. I studied forestry at the Lakehead University, and after 30 years with the Ministry of Natural Resources, I retired. I was then the Executive Director of Ontario Nature and was on the team that was on the Greenbelt Task Force, and I think some of you are all familiar with that. I was also then a consultant for Lura Consulting for 13 years, consulting on community engagement, on environmental assessment policy. I've consulted on many community engagements from quite a few of the councillors here on the council today. And I want to talk about that I am a graduate of the Queen's Executive Public Policy Program, so I understand the policy vacuum or the policy conflict here quite clearly. I'm speaking today as a consultant and on behalf of the homeowners Terry and Nancy who are unable to attend today. They have set out to rebuild their home of 15 years to a passive house standard. Passive house is a well-established ultra-low energy building performance standard and certification process is applicable to nearly every building type. A little recap on the timeline. This application to remove and replace the city-owned coniferous trees was last discussed at this council in July and September of 2020. Since then, the applicant has been waiting for the city's tree policy to be amended to acknowledge the passive house design and the transformed Toronto policy. And almost 2 years later, Urban Forestry advised me via email on June 20th, just a few days ago, that they were not working on updating the forest policy to align with the transformed TRIO policy. That was Teresa Bosco, Manager of Forest Policy with the Urban Forestry Group. We could not agree more that the action needs to be taken now to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And I consider this innovative passive house project to be a key tool for supporting the city's climate change goals. It's clear that Toronto wants to be a leader in climate change, and Toronto's net zero strategy includes the following target: 100% of new buildings are designed and built to near zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. The Passive House project is designed to save an estimated 7 tons of carbon annually. By replacing the 2 non-native coniferous trees with a large deciduous tree plus an additional 9 replacement trees, the energy performance of the home will be maximized over the long term, and a large amount of carbon will also be sequestered by those 10 replacement trees. The Toronto Green Standard does not apply to single-family detached residential development. The exemption of a detached house is a critical gap that needs to be addressed to allow Toronto to have more meaningful impact on reducing emissions associated with the building sector. Homeowners are seeking to voluntarily follow the rigorous passive house standard and are seeking city support through this tree removal permit application to ensure that maximize carbon saved. About the trees. Colorado blue spruce trees, the 2 in question, are not native to Toronto and have a vigorous lifespan of between 60 and 75 years, and after that they begin to decline in health. The intent of the passive solar house project is not to reduce canopy. We believe by replacing the existing trees, we can increase species biodiversity and increase canopy cover while also maximizing the energy performance of this home, supporting both the strategic forest management plan and net zero policy. It's a win-win if we do it this way. The 10 trees that would replace the existing blue spruce would sequester between 10 and 30 tons over a 100-year lifespan. 2 blue spruce trees would only sequester about 2 tons in that same period. Typical sugar maple that we hope it would be the tree that would replace these trees has a typical lifespan of 300 plus years in an urban environment. There's many examples of that throughout Toronto. The applicant has received 11 letters of support from neighbors, and those have been filed with the clerk in favor of replacing the 2 coniferous trees with a large native coniferous deciduous tree. So we're here today to ask the North York Community Council to approve the replacement of the blue spruce with 10 trees and to maximize the carbon saved by the certified passive home. The homeowners, as you said, Councillor Carroll, the homeowners are prepared to pay the permit fee, the value of the tree, the $7,231, if this is approved, and we'll send out also a letter and a newsletter to neighbors telling them what the passive solar house is about and the deal with the replacement of the trees. So that's our ask today, and I'll leave it to you to have if you have any questions.
Councillor Carroll?
Yes, thank you. So you have a lot of experience in this, so maybe you can help us. Because staff they're caught in a policy vice, as you pointed out, without Transform TO moving on it, they still don't have a policy that says they could recommend removal for a passive house. They're required to write denied if the trees are healthy. So they can't put in there for us any detail. When you say what would be better would be a large deciduous tree, how large can you plant to begin with, and what are the chances of survival if you're putting in a larger tree? We don't have any guidelines around that because we're missing that in policy. Can you help us to understand what will likely happen if we grant and a deciduous trees coming in? What will it be? How large? What will it look like?
So, good question. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. The largest tree that can be planted is determined by the root ball. So it can be quite large, and the homeowners want this tree to grow up, so they provided shade in the summer so that it maximizes the shade qualities on this house.
Right.
So I can't give you the exact dimensions, but they're seeking to plant the largest tree that's available to be planted as a tree. And my recommendation, and hopefully urban forestry agrees, the sugar maple tree would be the best because it'll last the longest and will sequester the most carbon. The other 9 trees, they can be a variety of trees, but they should be native, of course, and they could be even more coniferous trees in the parks or local areas that urban forestry decides. So yes, quite a large tree can be planted. It's not going to be 6 feet tall. I think it could be 20 or 30 feet tall, depending on the root ball that they can move to that site.
And am I seeing it right in looking at this on Google Maps? It looks like in the meantime, while that tree in the front is getting healthy, they do have one deciduous tree in the back of the house. Does that goes into the measurements and it gets them to trees cooling the house faster? Am I seeing that right?
It's all that tree is on the north side, so it's not going to affect the shade. There's a shade factor on the tree, so it's all about those trees on the south side, which is the 2 coniferous, the non-native spruce. So the deciduous trees will provide the shade in the summer and then the full sun in the winter to make this passive solar house work the best.
Right. Okay. Thanks. Those are my questions. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for the deputant? I just have one, or one and a half. So you've been in touch with staff. We did move a motion for them to report back on the ways in which they could adjust or tinker with existing forestry policies to allow these exemptions, I guess, on our normal processes. And I didn't quite catch where are they at with that, and what are the next steps?
So to my surprise, and I think probably to your surprise as well, I received an email on June 20th from Teresa Bosco, Manager of Forest Policy, saying they're not working on it. I asked her specifically related to this case and related to the referral from your council to urban forestry. What are you doing? What stage are you at? And at this stage of the game, she replied back, I don't have the exact email in front of me, they're not working on it. So they need further direction to work on that, as far as I'm concerned.
All right. Okay. Thanks very much. Are there any other questions for the deputant? No? I think we've done all the deputations on this item. Yeah, questions for staff.
Well, I don't know if this is a question for staff or a question for the committee secretary, but it strikes me it might help move things along here in the policy sense. If we move the alternate recommendations today to proceed, can we can we actually build into the wording, approve this request for permission to remove the city-owned tree in accordance with blah, 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 but also add in there for the purposes of planting the species necessary to create a passive house? So I know that's adding extra words. We're supposed to be as lean as we can, but I just want to sort of embed in the recommendation where we need policy to go, if you know what I mean. So could we add that in, if we move the alternate recommendations, add in order to complete the passive house process, or words to that effect? Yeah.
Through the chair, from the clerk's perspective, it could be added, but it might be a question for staff as well if they see an issue with.
Do forestry staff have an issue with us doing that in advance of your having the kind of policy guidance that we anticipate will eventually come from Transform TO?
Through the chair, could I assume that's a question to staff? Because I'd love to chime in.
Yes, chime in.
Yeah, a little bit of a misunderstanding. It's not that we don't have a policy in place, and I hadn't seen the correspondence from Teresa, but I'm well aware of this particular file. It's not that we don't have a policy in place. We determined there was a report right around the time this matter was referred back to staff in 2020. There was a report to the Planning and Housing Committee that I don't believe it made its way into this conversation, unfortunately, and it should have. And it effectively said there are provisions within the bylaw that we can employ to engage the ward councillor in situations like this, should they come up again. And so if this were to come before us as a new application, we would consider the request, we would assess the merits of the need in terms of the passive housing issue. We have experts in energy and environment we can consult, and then we would bring the matter to the ward councillor as opposed to denying it and pushing it to community council. The reason we are unable to do that in this case is that the referral back to staff in 2020 included a specific provision that this matter specifically has to come back to North York Community Council when a policy is in place. So there was a couple of riders or provisions there that couldn't be met. So my recommendation would be, let's tackle this particular item here and trust that the the councillor consultation piece would take care of it should it come up again in the future.
But okay, so when this came up, you would go to a local councillor. When do we get to the point where we're not questioning the value of creating a passive house design? Don't we need some sort of policy framework so that they don't have to jump through these hoops again?
Through the chair, I'm not sure that's something for forestry to take on specifically. I think that this specific conflict between the needs of the passive house and the existing trees on site, I would anticipate that that's going to be relatively rare, where to achieve a good thing environmentally, a bad thing environmentally has to be done, if you will.
Yeah.
I think that that's going to be relatively rare. So I think that's sort of where we're coming. You know, the tree policies aren't meant to be passive house policies. And that's why we would consult with energy and environment staff who are on the call if we need them right now. But you know, we can then rely on their expertise to look at the environmental cost benefits, et cetera, so that we can bring that to our to the ward councillor discussion.
Okay, so yeah, so maybe we'll leave it at your pathway for now, and I'll in terms of the conversation with Energy and Environment Office, we can do that offline. I'll take that on. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for staff? So I just have one. So, Mr. Bostock, what you're saying is deal with this as a standalone item and then continue the long game to rewrite the policy.
Yes and no. The rewriting the policy issue is one that we don't. I'm reluctant to speak from too many voices here, but we don't really want to change our forestry bylaw or policies for this relatively rare or this occurrence that we think is relatively rare. And we would rather change our informal behind the scenes process to specifically engage counselors if this comes up.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we're prepared to deal with this address and this issue here today because it's been over 2 years and it's time to get it done. Any other questions for staff? Are there any other counselors in the meeting? Counselors Cole and Robinson, if you could turn your cameras on. Oh, there you are. Great. We just need one more. Counselor Cole? Oh, there you are. Okay, great. So now that I've got 4 people here, I'm going to move that we approve the removal of these 2 city-owned Colorado spruce trees.
So, Mr. Chair, before you move that's why I have my hand up. The clerk has come up with wording that doesn't contradict the forestry policy, but I think it's a good thing to put in. It's so that the counselor's not part of North York Community Council. They see another tree going through. They see this one looks unique to them, but it doesn't rewrite the tree policy. To just put in that phrase.
Okay.
See what I mean?
Yeah. All right. So if we can put that on the screen. So what it does is it creates a situation which we're approving the removal of the 2 Colorado blue spruces, but we're actually, the proviso is that it's really supporting the passive house standard. And I think the passive house standard and the ones I've seen are absolutely amazing. I think it's the future. So I think that this is a sincere effort to really do something for the environment and not, not clear cutting. So I will move the motion in front of us to permit the removal of the 2 trees and then tie it quite clearly to the passive house standard. All right. All those in favor? It's not a recorded vote, but Councillor Cole, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson. Okay, that carries. Thank you very much. There's one item we have to reopen. Councillor Cole, item 36. I understand you want to move a motion to reopen.
Yes, clerks advised me, just for clarity, there's a bit of ambiguity there, but a motion about polling and on Rainy Avenue. So it just clarifies that this is just the polling that will be done.
Okay, so Councillor Cole, would you move a motion to reopen? And we can put that on the screen.
I'll move to reopen the item in regards to 33, 36.
Okay. There we go. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And we're going to delete recommendation 1 and replace it with the following. If we could put that on the screen as well. All righty. That's clarity. All those in favor? Opposed? Can we put that motion back on?
I'm sorry, I missed they're having to ask for.
It's, yeah. So we're really supporting polling, and no further action can be taken. It has to come back. The poll favorable poll results have to come back to North York Community Council on the results and placement of the speed hump. So it's not an automatic construction of the humps.
I see, yes, yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Okay, so that clarifies that. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
56 has a speaker.
Yes, so we're on 56, which I believe is the last item. And Annie Raphael?
Hello?
Miss Raphael?
Yes, can you hear me?
Great, yes, we can. Thank you very much for joining us. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Hi, my name is Annie Rafel. I'm the owner at 49 Arlston Drive. The reason for this meeting is we had a basketball net installed in honor of my father-in-law, Stan Rafel, who instilled the love of basketball in his 3 sons and his 6 grandchildren. When he passed away, our family decided the basketball net was the best tribute to him. There's been countless hours of fun spent playing at the hoop. My children know the dedication that it's dedicated to their grandfather, and it means so much to them. We were once again devastated in October 2020 when my husband, Avi Rafel, passed away suddenly at the age of 44 during COVID. My young kids have had to deal with so much pain and loss, but they always say that when they miss their dad, they go play basketball. I hope you can help me protect this basketball net on the property so my family can continue to feel connected to their father and grandfather. Thank you so much for your consideration, Council.
Thank you for that deputation, and obviously very sorry about the losses in the family. I have a couple of quick questions for the deputant. The motion seems to grant permission for installation, but the basketball net is up already. Is that correct or no?
Yes, it's up already.
Okay. And I understand, I visited the site, and 49 Arlston is in a cul-de-sac. It's at the end of the road. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not like there's ongoing traffic. It's really right in front of your house.
Exactly. There's no traffic in the area, except for residents that live here.
Would you describe the cul-de-sac as fairly quiet and safe?
Extremely quiet and safe.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Any other councillors' questions for the deputant? Councillor Carroll?
I'm having trouble understanding why this is even necessary. Is it because there aren't sidewalks, so technically it's in the city's easement or something like that? Oh, okay. This is the kind of street where, although we have a policy, we're supposed to put sidewalks in wherever we're doing roads. This is one of those types of roads where these homeowners would never let us put the sidewalk in anyway. So I can, that would end up being World War III. So I can certainly promote that. Also, I'd be in real trouble if I got home and said I was anti-basketball today.
That's cute.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Any other questions for the deputant? Questions for staff? All right, I'll just speak very briefly, although I think the deputant did a fine job. So, as I mentioned, this is at sort of a dead end, a cul-de-sac where the street ends. It's a very quiet spot. This is a basketball hoop in the public right-of-way. What this is a right-of-way encroachment permission. We got help from staff to write the motion, which obviously protects the city against any kind of future liability, but it allows the family to honor the 2 members of the family who passed away in recent years. So I thought I would bring it here. I think it's something that's supportable. I think it's something that's humane, and I think I didn't get any resistance from staff about this, and I urge your support.
I would just like Councillor Min Wong to know I'm going to do something similar on Broadlands right after this.
All right. So the item. Who are we missing? Councillor Robinson? Let me try and find Jay.
Hoops on hold until July the 8th? They're already installed, aren't they?
Yeah, no, but we have to do the bills as well. Just give us a couple of minutes. We're trying to get Councillor Fillion and or Councillor Robinson back into the meeting. Councillor Fillion? Councillor Fillion?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so just,
Okay, it's a basketball vote.
we're
Who's in
just,
favor?
well, Councillor Fillion, we were just voting on 3356, which is an encroachment agreement. I'm sorry you didn't hear the whole background of it, but
That's okay. Is it a
It's an encroachment for the express purpose of
right.
ballers.
Is it a recorded vote? Oh, you need me to vote on it.
right.
Yeah, because we
right.
can't see you, we'll do recorded. Yeah.
So we need 3 more votes.
So-
We need item 56 and we need the bills.
Okay.
So.
Right, so I don't.
Okay, let's get on with it.
Someone's
in
gonna have to
favor?
give me the Reader's Digest.
Okay.
Vote.
So is he asking for a briefing on what we're voting on?
If I can put this very quickly, at the very end of a dead-end cul-de-sac, a basketball net has been installed in the lawn in such a way that the hoop and the net itself hangs a little bit over into the public right-of-way, but 10 and a half feet in the air because it's a basketball hoop. And so we're allowing an encroachment agreement to accommodate that at the end of a dead-end street.
I'm okay with that.
On a recorded vote.
Okay, all those in favor?
All those in favor, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Cole, Councillor Fillion, can I have your vote, please, for the record?
Yes, I'm in favor of the basketball net.
That carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much, and let's do the bills.
Proving that you can do anything in Toronto if you just add the word basketball.
I will give one to Councillor Carroll, and I will do one. I guess yours goes first.
Okay, the bills. First one, that the North York Community Council pass and declares bylaws bills 585 to 592, 594 to 599, and 648 to 650, prepared for the June 28, 2022 meeting 33 of Community Council.
Shall these laws, shall these bills be declared by law? Okay, all those in favor?
All those in favor, we'll do the general bills first. All those in favor, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Cole. All those opposed, Councillor Fillion, can I have your vote, please?
Yeah, I'm in favor.
Okay, and then I'll do the confirming bill for the record. All those in favor, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Cole. All those opposed, Councillor Fillion, can I have your vote, please?
I'm in favor, and let it be known that I'm doing a Fletcher flying solo here.
Okay,
Okay.
so that carries unanimously.
All right, so I think there's one more here. That the North York Community Council pass and declare as a bylaw confirmatory bill to confirm the legislative proceedings of North York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 33 on June the 28th, 2022. All those in favor?
All those in favor, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Cole, Councillor Fillion, can I have your vote, please?
Councillor Fillion?
We're doing a Fillion Fletcher here.
Councillor Fillion, can I have your vote, please? Okay, thank you.
In favor.
That carries.
All right, thought it would. I'd like to thank my colleagues, councillors, for moving the meeting forward, members of the public who deputed and showed an enormous amount of patience, of course, our wonderful clerk staff and our IT staff, and of course, our public service. So thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day, and we'll see you on July the 8th.
Thank you very much to Mr. Chair and to clerks.
Thank you, everybody.